And your boy tried it the South Bend. Charges on the beach. To get your information. To the spoon to get my action. Spoon, 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 television. Spoon, spoon, spoon. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moroccan, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat my crazy like my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? If I Spoon TV. If I do that, Spoon TV. Spoon. Spoon entertainment. I'm coming with the spoon, and your boy tried it the South Bend. Charges on the beach. To get your information. To the spoon to get my action. Spoon, 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 television. Spoon, 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 television. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother? Okay. It's a beautiful Monday evening in Monrovia. The first working day of the week. On this 24th day of
February 2025. We'd like to welcome all of you to Liberia's most listened to, most informative talk show on radio and online. The show that brings Liberians together from across the world to know exactly what's happening across the country. This space has turned out to be that place that connects Liberians from across the world to Liberia, where you get to know what the happenings are across the country every single day. I'd like to say welcome. Spoon Talk is back on your radio. We are live across the Spoon Network. Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1 and several other frequencies across the country. Many thanks to our partner radio stations across Liberia that are always relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County. Thanks to Premier FM in Bon. Trend Radio is there in Grand Crew County. Radio Yalaman is in Seklipi, Nimba County. And a host of other radio stations across Liberia. I want to welcome all of you tonight, thousands of you joining us from across the country. And I also want to welcome our online audience, the people joining us from across the internet on Facebook. We are streaming live on our handles, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV. We are also live on YouTube. And our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. We want to welcome everyone tonight to this edition of the program. Please share the show as you come on in your different group chats, on your timelines. Let's hope we can have a great show tonight as Spoon Talk is back on your radio. I also want to I say welcome to our folks who have already started engaging in the comment section. Thomas Hina, Emmanuel Ajabu, Bintu Masakwe, David Riches, Ibrahim Yan, Thomas Muna Senior, and all of you joining us from across the world tonight. As you come on, kindly share the program. Junior Kamo, Habaku To, and all of you joining us across the world tonight. Thanks for joining Spoon Talk. Lai Kanen, Henry Fells, Hammer, that's Joseph Hammer, and the many of you coming on. Kindly share the program as we are all set to bring you a great show tonight. Spoon Talk is back on your radio. As you know, this is where you get the news. This is where you get the information. And we're going to bring you just a few updates. As you know, a lot more happening across the country today. A few updates, and then we will move into bring you up to speed. Right after the updates, we will open the phone lines as we always do. I bring you the What's on Your Mind segment that affords you the time where you can call in and share with us what those different issues of concerns are. What is it that you want to talk about today? Is it about health? Is it about the political issues? Is it about the economy? You're going to have the time. As you know, the first segment of the program is dedicated to all of you, our valued followers, listeners across the world, to express yourselves on the different issues of concerns every single day. And so we want to welcome you to the show tonight. Again, please share the show as you join us. Let's hope we can have a great edition of the program here tonight. Spoon Talk, we are back on the radio. Now, lots of happenings across the country. Just to begin with, most of you followed closely several executive orders that were released issued today by the President Joseph Yuma Boakai. Today, the President issued Executive Order number 144 to enhance support for refugees and vulnerable populations in Liberia. Executive Order number 144. There was also Executive Order number 143 issued today by the President to protect Liberia's beachfronts, waterways, and wetlands. And then there was Executive Order number 142 issued today again by the president, um, to streamline revenue collection on international travel. So all of those executive orders, and then you have Executive Order number 144 also issued today, on military firearms registration, across the country. So today alone, you have Executive Order number 141, Executive Order number 142, Executive Order number 143, and that of 144. Okay. So you have four executive orders issued just today, all coming from the executive mansion. Executive Order number 141, 142, 143, and 144. Yes. So that is for the executive mansion. What's coming from there today? But on the flip side, there's just a whole lot happening across the country as well. There is still concerns. There are lots of concerns, and we still see the streets, a little bit of tension, between motorcyclists and police officers, as the enforcement on the no-go zone restriction is ongoing. It's still enforced. There are others who see this as a very good one, while others see it as something that is not timely. But why this is going on, the police have held the no-go zone restriction down, and of course, this according to the police, is meant to ensure public safety for citizens across the country. Well, on the flip side, you have the finance minister. As most of you may be aware, he made an appearance today at the Liberian Senate. He spoke on a couple of issues, lots of issues, mainly surrounding the usage, the freeze on usage fundings or foreign aid coming from the USAID, and he outlined several projects that have been affected across the country, and the value of these projects are put at some 100, that's 51 million. That it means a whole lot to the country. The country has lost over 50 million in aid from Washington as a result of the recent action, on the USAID, the freeze on the USAID, the aid coming from USAID. And this is not just Liberia's thing, as most of you may be aware. This is something that's affecting a lot of other countries around the world. Well, the Central Bank of Liberia and the Financial Intelligence Unit, the both institutions have been ordered to submit financial records in the ongoing corruption case involving former finance minister Samuel Twe. And so there was a directive from the court today, that requesting the two entities to provide those financial records. There was a request from government prosecutors for details on the transactions that took place between September 8th to the 21st, 2023, during which time more than 1 billion Liberian dollars and 500,000 United States dollars were transferred under the leadership of a former finance minister, Samuel Twe, under his instruction. That's according to report. So the both institutions have been requested to submit financial records, so as to move on with this entire investigation. Montserrat County Legislative Caucus has given a 48-hour ultimatum to pay 500,000 Social Development Fund or RICS on specified action. And this is another important one. And plus a whole lot happening across the country. We don't have the luxury of time to go into everything. But we're going to go to the phone lines shortly, take your calls. I see Dr. Richardson is already here. Let me go quickly and bring her on. Dr. Richardson, welcome. It's good to see you. Welcome to the
Nelson,
show.
thank you, Nelson. It's good to be here again today. Today is, another day for us to discuss Liberia's issues. I see this. It's a busy country today. 4 executive orders in one day.
Yeah.
We're beating Donald Trump record here.
Executive number 141, 142, 143, and 144. Four
Yes.
executive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, our taxes is at work.
Yeah.
That's what it
Yeah.
is. I want to look at it that way. But I know you are getting ready to take phone calls. Just go ahead and do the phone calls. And uh, I just wanted to announce that the Liberia Medical Missions is in Liberia. They will be having an outpatient clinic uh, going on. So let me just basically go to my email to just state where they will be. And I'm saying this because it's an important thing. It's a good initiative for Liberians. If you have any concerns and you need to go to an outpatient clinic, this is a good reason to participate in this gesture. So February 24th, which is today, they were at the Bentall Hospital, the Bensonville Clinic, I believe, and in the Kirisburg area, and they started at 8 o'clock. Tomorrow they'll be at Mount B Community Clinic in the 72nd area. So if you live in the 72nd area, you want to get your blood pressure checked, you want to have some, your diabetes check, go to Mount B Clinic tomorrow in the 72nd area. This February 26th, will be at Soiree Clinic near Parker Paint in
Yeah,
Painesville.
that's a soiree clinic
Yes,
area.
Soiree Clinic at 8 a.m. And on the 27th, they'll be in the
The people
bar.
say they enjoy the way you call it soiree clinic. Soiree clinic.
Yes, it is soiree. Actually, one of my guy that I work with in this immigration work, his name is Coffee Soiree. So I
Okay.
usually, yes, soiree clinic. Um, how do you say soiree?
Yeah. Yeah, we
Soiree,
just say soiree. Soiree.
soiree. Okay, soiree.
Same thing. There's soir and the ray is still coming up. So
Yes, sorry. The February 27th, it will be at the community clinic in Logan Town. Go to the community clinic, and all of the event starts at 8 a.m. So, to me, we need a lot of medical initiatives in the country, and this is a free Liberian medical mission. It's a free clinic sponsored by our own Liberian people. So, all of the Liberians that left from here, some of them in the diaspora, they're helping, they're doing something. Unfortunately, I had just came back. I just joined the team, and I just came back, so I couldn't make it this time. But I'm doing some background work. But they were there already. I saw some excellent pictures of some of the work they did in Bopolu. They did a lot of eye surgery in Bopolu today, so that was great. Yes. Bopolu was the hot spot to be today for your eyes. Um, so that's what I wanted to say. I know you wanted to go to the phone
yeah,
line. Go ahead.
yeah, we want to go to the phone lines and take some calls. So folks, you can call in now 0555 is the number to call, and you'll be live. I will also activate a WhatsApp number in case you want to put your calls through tonight. So 0555 is the number to call, and you'll be live. So we'll go to the phone lines. Take our first caller here. Hello.
Yeah, Ling, how you doing?
Yes, sir. Your name and where you calling from?
Thank you so much. My name is Richard Barish. I call you from my JJR resident.
Yeah, Richard, what's on your mind?
The Gafame. I want to say to everybody, hats off first for the show. I'm so impressed in the country right now. The past 1 year, Liberia was highly challenged by governance. That a law, but for this particular February, I'm seeing the government of Liberia, Waka, is doing a lot of things for this country. And I'm very sure between now to the end of 2025, I will leave a mark in this country, my brother, on a serious note. And we have no doubt electing him as a president. The only problem I have is he brings so lot of expertise, professional people on board, but those professional people are living in a different dream while he's living in a different dream. And I have to say directly to that Gafan, as I said in the past, the infection rate in this country still remains higher. Having a man Gafan as finance minister, I think that is a bad thing. It is harder now that Gafan needs to sit with the financial people, especially with central bank, to see into it that they balance the economy of this country so that Liberian people can begin to live a better life.
Thank you.
Other than that, it won't be, in the best interest of this government. But development, Waka is actually doing well. We commend him for that, and we love that he continues in this direction.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's take another person. Hello, you are live.
Good evening. How you doing, my brother?
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
Okay. My name is Moses Tuasonya. I'm calling you from GAO, even though that's a fancy special channel with vacancy and the panelists.
Okay.
So the Minister of Finance press conference. You see, my brother, we have to concentrate on domestic resource mobilization. The issue about the motorcycle, there are certain sectors we got to regularize and generate revenue domestically. All that thing, 50 million cost, all we need to is not to see how we can adjust our fiscal policy. Because you spend more money on vehicles, capital, so we got to cut these things down.
Okay.
If you come and say one minister gets 500 gas, one other gets 300 gas, I reduce that.
Thank you very much for your input, sir. Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello? You're live. Your name and where you're calling from?
Hello?
Yes, you're live. Let's hear you.
Hello?
You are live on the show.
Thank you. My name is Segu Fofana in Plainfield.
Segu Fofana, please go ahead.
Let me say my attention are very good to.
But Segu, we're hearing customer attention in your background. Can you?
Sorry, that your investment. So I only control.
Yeah, but we appreciate if you were to walk away from the noise.
My background clear now.
Okay.
Hello?
It's better. Go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Fadiga yesterday, I want our together apparatus and also President Bakar Mojo and to Fadiga because Fadiga in the DEA again.
Mm-hmm.
So if something between us, why must you prefer spray the president and you call DEA people? So tell us the men take info on the DEA. So as we hear now, they say the men are consulting in the office of the deputy director for the director for DEA. Which is a party so we need to come and intervene in the situation because you now no longer working in a DEA. Why must you prepare spray someone like if the way you call the DEA?
Okay. Your line is breaking in, but thank you. Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello.
Hello, Nancy.
Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Nancy, thank you so much for this. After the money, trust Mova. GSA, most our country.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. We are hard working every day. We're here for Nancy, the thing on my mind this afternoon. Concern about someone represent for district 8. Mostly Accra Street. Accra Street today on the platform. They been talking about this spoon. This spoon network. During a day, they want to close spoon network down today. He said that he's shame. He took that to put money in carry to go marry different countries. So he said Liberia, that the other country. So he take a woman to carry different country to go for the money on us. But today he said on spoon. Because he said,
well,
I don't want to look at him because he said the spoon that cook never there. They don't want today. They crazy spoon everywhere. But at this point, I got a screen and Yekata. And Yekata will get package for him. 2029 will destroy Yekata.
Thank you very much.
We love the country.
Thank you.
We don't want to put the in power. We don't want to put the impact in that. They put money. They take it. Foreigner, they don't want to be acting rude on the other people. Who employ them?
Thank you. Let me hold you there and bring in another person. 0555101075. Let's make the most of the time we have to take your views. There are lots of people calling, so just make your points within 45 seconds or so. Hello, you're live.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah,
Good
go
evening,
ahead.
Nelson.
Yeah.
So my name is Washington Kia, and I'm phoning from Red Hill Community.
Go ahead.
Let me quickly appreciate the CEO, for all the analysis and what he doing for our country. CEO, thank you. I've been drawn to Labrador, ranked as the most stable, countries in Africa.
Oh,
And
that report that came up, Liberia is at 5th place. Oh.
yeah, 5th place. But the first 10 countries Liberia is Paraguay.
Okay.
So I want to congratulate Omer Bwaga. Some of us voted for him, and we are not regretting why we voted for him. For the fact that he, disciplined the official by suspending them and not allowing them to come out of government, I think it's a plus. But my disappointment is with Jaga Kolwa. So Jaga Kolwa today, we are finished with George Weah again. So tomorrow when George becomes president, then you go against him. Is that the type of politics you want to be, or you want us to follow in Liberia? You spoke against the man strongly yesterday, then today you are finished with the man. And Joseph Baga, you are speaking for against Joseph Baga, abusing the woman left and right. Is that the type of person you are? I'm very disappointed in decision number 10 lawmaker. Thank you for the show.
Thank you very much for your input. We take another person here, 0555 101075. Let's take the caller from the WhatsApp. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead. You're live.
1 minute. Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's okay. You are live. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my problem is I have a problem with some of the partners, for example, like Lee. Then he said that she cannot sit on spoon there for the family. But she can sit down on spoon there with Atara who will be the student of the university of the where she graduated from. And in the circle of soup, the people are planning to demonstrate as spoon. If spoon don't take Atara out of that show. Because it's somebody that use the right of the student.
Where are you coming from with your own information again, my man?
I'm telling you, I'm a member of school. I'm telling you.
Okay, but then don't use spoon to announce your protest now, my man. I beg you. We appreciate.
No, I'm getting you that the CEO should be careful.
Okay.
The company had now openly apologized to the student of the University of Liberia. Go on campus and be any student. They're not only student.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for your input. This is interesting. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Akume.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me first appreciate this government. The government doing extremely well. There are few sectors that I think the government should touch.
Okay.
More besides the public work ministry. I hope we'll get in a rainy season, everything will be okay, regardless from the southeastern. But let me first appreciate the president of the Republic abroad and the vice president. It is true. I should appreciate them. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your input. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Good evening,
This is Nelson. Go ahead.
Oh, Nelson is Paco.
Oh, Paco.
Yeah.
How are you?
Thank God, Nelson.
Anyway, we'll talk of it. Go ahead, Paco.
Thank you so much. I have two funny issues.
Okay.
I want to speak to my president for the Republic of Liberia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people complain too much, Mr. President. We produce the Liberian people. People complain too much, Nelson. Not easy. Anything you pass. Complain like our president, Liberia love me. Complain too much. To my worker and white see the people who are on that car that my late brother will retire. And from the United Party, but in that party being it. And some of the things our president can do that what I saw what I saw that what I more. Anything I go take for come more and saw me. And from up here, I want to tell you, that's on what the office. From up here, you got one guy they say man they put. They told me for me, I said, we put from up here. We keep to his opportunities to see If other men are okay, other people said, no, all the general come to the lesson, man. If you know Paco, I can call on spoon all the radio stations. If I come to any minister, I get an opportunity to see them. You can also last man to put me up. Like you think you remember when I look. So I tell you, remember, 3,000 people. Let the people wake up. Do the research.
Okay. You know that's a great concern, Paco. But thanks a lot. We appreciate your input. Hello, your name and where you come from? Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, this is Patrick Biayu, and I call on shoe for this evening.
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my attention have been drawn to this garage, on the car.
Okay.
Today, for me, I was really expecting something great from him, because when I heard that he was coming in studio, when Chiro played, Chiro played at Chogon, all of them were studio. But when the guy came, nothing he said. So I don't know where are we really going. The thing of payroll or the people talk about, everybody said Georgia occupy the payroll, and people are the same thing everybody want to do again. So that we'll be doing the same thing over and over. We want to resolve with that. With result. Because that guy say he need job. He needs. If everybody gets in the street now and say they need job, he did. President Boga want to provide job for everybody.
Thank you. That's a great concern. Thank you very much for your input tonight. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, Nelson Kula. Thank you for the show tonight. I'm Seki Messiah, calling from GS0.
Okay.
Nothing much I got to say tonight. I just want to tell Stanton Waterspoon, thank you for the show. Yeah, at least he got more informed in the 21st century. If not so, then by now our country ain't go far yet, because the country is being corrupt. But our Lord make it easy. So thank you for the show.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's take another caller here. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, you are live.
Hello, my name is Ricardo Reese. I'm calling from China.
Okay, go ahead.
My issue has to do with Honoré Agakoruba. Honoré Agakoruba, different. He's a lawmaker, right? And he represents in Liberia. But his way of entering things is more different from a lawmaker, because if you ask me to grade him, Prophet Key, I'll tell you Prophet Key is much better than him, because Prophet Key, if he does something, he will say, oh, a Liberian man said he went somewhere doing his thing. But Prophet Agakoruba is getting honorable need. So you guys need to talk to him. His disease from his behavior. There's a better way you can handle issues.
What kind of behavior you want the lawmaker to disease from?
No, the way you can present issue. You don't insult, like, he's an honorable man. I'll say no. He's an honorable man.
Thank you.
So they try to be moderate sometimes. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thanks a lot. We'll take more of your calls. 0555-101075. The WhatsApp is up. Hello. 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 Hello.
Hey, Nelson.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Nelson? Yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you, Nelson.
Okay, it's good to have you. Let's hear you. Your name and where you're calling from.
Thank you, brother. This is the voice of Edward Expensive M. Joe.
Oh, Edward Joe, it's good to have you on tonight.
Yeah, my man, long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my issue I just have two questions to ask Mr. Gray and the physician. So the question I'm going to ask them is that the 5th year that we're in power for, how many companies or how many investors they brought into the country that the moment that they people back or they go? The whole day, the government they came just 1 year. Oh, the government is bad. It's the worst government ever. Corruption, poverty, this and that. Okay, so if you left the country in a good hand, then we shouldn't be crying for poverty right now. But you left the country in a bad shape, and that's why everybody crying for poverty. With you are saying on electricity, and you see the same thing doing from 2022 or 2023. Yes, we didn't go to less company. We came to settle the problem. But what change? This is just 1 year. And the question again, look, Mr. Wallace, a lot of respect for you, Chief. The platform is a real stuff. That people can the platform. Having many years on a platform, now pushing no logic at all. Everything really insult. So now it kills more opposite. I'm not even calling because I don't listen again because you're gonna apply. You're gonna sound how they real now, man. It kills more opposite to be friends.
Thank you.
Seriously.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for your input. Edward Joe 0555 okay, so the next person here, CEO, welcome. We're taking more calls.
Yeah, just take your last one now. We got Dr. Emmanuel Ure in the back. Dr. Richardson, how you doing?
Hello, caller. You're live. You're the final caller tonight. Let's hear you. Hello? Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm Mr. Labazabo and I joined from Tissue to Gambasa County.
Okay. Let's hear you.
Nothing, I wonder how the country is going on the land of President Bwaka, especially when they rescue fathers in the below and they rescue Morocco and the Nyambikanga. Yesterday, I used to see in the below very big money. In fact, the pro-temple of the country, Madatan Senator, for rape victims in the country, that even some of them didn't move for anybody that before. In fact, they said people were dying. After judicial reckoning were going on the past president. But today, I cannot see the quote-unquote Chinese speaking again. I can't hear the speaking again. So, for me, I came in battle to meet some of our kids, man. So Lord, the complete because he has fallen in the battle on me.
Thank you.
Most of the country as a government official. So we need to step our feet up or zero and not because of the extra question in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a senator spoiling by some people need. That's the final caller. Is it up to you? CEO and Dr. Richardson.
Yes, so thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Thanks to all of you that joining us. Again, Dr. Richardson, how you doing? It's always good to see you, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, I'm okay, Stanton. How are you? It's good to be here today again.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. We just got a lot to cover. Guys, bear with us. We'll be running like crazy to come on the show. This 4 o'clock show or 3:30 show is kind of hard for for people that are so busy. But we promise you we'll be here every single day, so we have to make it some way, somehow. We'll be joined by the rest of the team. With Samuel Jackson, he's getting ready to head to Liberia. Asedo is getting ready to return back to the state. He stayed in Liberia. You got Paul Kennedy is coming on. You got Karis Mose Gray. He will be joining us. Abula Mame. We got a lot to discuss. Our first guest for this segment is Dr. Emmanuel K. The K stands for Yakpabro. I'm the only person who can tell Yakpabro who gave you gun. Liberia gave me gun. But it's Dr. Ure. Dr. Ure will be joining us to speak about some of the progress and the challenges at EPA. He's the executive director for the environmental services in the country. We're going to raise the issue about circuit breaker. We're going to raise the issue about the new executive order signed by the president talking about beachfront and other issue. Listen, there's a lot to talk about when you talk about EPA. Currently, I can announce to you that Yakpaglo is in Rome, attending one of the best conferences ever to see how best Liberia can benefit from those issues. We will hear more. We'll hear more from Dr. Emmanuel Yakpaglo. Let's recognize you because I believe Dr. Richardson didn't recognize you guys. Listen, the Liberian people need help for Dr. Richardson because at the age of 13, you should want to Liberia. It's hard. So I will try my best. Ralph.
Whatever.
Ralph, why? It's good to see you, brother Ralph. Pittman White, as always, thank you for joining us. Pittman. Alio Jabate. Alio, are you related to Mark Jabate? But it's good to see you, my brother Alio. Adolphus Joe P. Isutali. Faith Kotu Walker. Faith Walker, my potent executive director. All right. First say that Yakpablo is our executive director. Philip Bala, it's good to see you, brother Philip from Pennsylvania. Bernice Molly Woji, as always, Sekou Talata Mohammed Sharif, James David, Seta Hammer, Eric Kwame. Eric, it's good to see you. Daniel Tente, Hawasuni, A.B. Duque. And don't forget, we still running with this story of the Fadiga brothers. Today they went to the Liberia National Police. They presented themselves, the statement. Don't forget also, we have information coming with the lawsuit from A.B. Cromine that the Fadiga brother resisted. They refused to accept the summons from the court. They met them at the Liberia National Police, presented them a writ of summons, and they said they're not receiving it. Okay, so the court decided to honor Peabody Kennedy to issue another writ. Whatever the case may be, we have videos again from the scene about the allegation, the situation between the AFL soldier and that of the Fadigas. Listen, these are stories that we will be bringing to you. Don't forget also the Fire Service Department. We got all of the document now to tell you the huge amount of money that the Fire Service Department, the allegation that is stored. All right. Why everywhere is about stealing? My fellow Liberians, why? Everywhere you go, stealing, stealing, stealing. What's going on? There's a new day in the country, Dr. Rich is in. Madam Salif, the increased Facebook user were less, right? People were saying about actively involved in social media. So most of those stories remain quiet. But today, everybody gets cell phone. That Rich is saying, even Levi, my grandson, gets cell phone now. Everybody gets cell phone.
My grandson, you see this right now.
Exactly. Levi will hold his cell phone and watch Miss Richard and watch Plebe and watch all of them because. So these stories coming out, they are very important.
Yeah, that's the issue.
And we listen to Gafwan saying, we're going to go pray to God for Donald Trump to take the USAID money. Are you serious, Gafwan?
That's true. Not
Listen, we got a lot of story for you, and I'm telling you, it's very interesting. We have to fight everything by the grace of God. Fight. Somebody says, Stanton, you said, how you call the guy named Sylvester Grace will get a new property in Ghana. It's true. We got a picture of the property, but I'm going to hold it yet. He bought a new property in Ghana. Again, this is just so bad. Like sometimes you get it, you say, you know what, that's it. I'm done. Mm-hmm. But that Richard said me here before I bring in Dr. Yapawuro.
Well, I really just wanted to talk about a story that is trending on this Facebook. There is a 9-year-old boy, I believe, who
the mechanic outside on his head.
Exactly. Thank you. Okay, that is not how you punish children. Because
Richard said you're still on his head.
Yes.
Why about my apart? Why they can't?
Well, in our culture, sometimes you are not able to live with your mom and pop. So who are you living with at your mom and pop? But please.
But where is the gender ministry? Where is the gender ministry? Where is women? Where is women?
That's a good question. So I just want to just tell that family member, please do not sit on that child's head or body. You are heavy. You could have hurt that child.
That's not a family member. That's just another wicked individual. And instead, that individual from Guinea, he opened a mechanic shop, and the neighbor just want to learn trade. Maybe he's from a poor family, and this guy is sitting. Nelson, my final picture. That was not appropriate. On his head, and his blood circulation would be, and But again, where is the gender ministry? Again, where? The people are
so
service, But you're going to say that. What about somebody that will sit down and allow the child to go and and sell candy between cars?
That's true.
Yeah. Well, what's different?
I just want whosoever is engaging in the behavior of hurting children, you need to stop. Okay, have a conversation. They're human beings. That child could have died in your hands, and what were you going to say? Sorry. That was very painful looking at it. You shouldn't do that. Stop it. Okay.
So we got a lot of news. We will be bringing some information from the Youth and Sport Ministry. We're going to talk a little bit about the Agriculture Minister, Alexander Nuta. We're going to be discussing the fire service here, the asset recovery. Ooh, that's a big one. Where's the people $1.35 million that the government, gave to Councilor Martin, and now the asset recovery got to function, but now they're looking for new money. Where's that new money coming from? Listen, guys, listen. It's just bad. All right. So we're gonna bring in that to Ure. Yeah, you want to finish up before we bring in that to Ure?
I wanted to just also say there was another positive news. I mean, there were about 127 Liberians who were given full-time employment by a Selamita in the Nimba area. So it's not enough, because when we consider how much iron ore and everything is leaving our country, but I'm happy that those 127 employees were moved from part-time or contractor status to full-time. It means something.
We'll talk about Selamita. We get on our stuff that Richard saying you cross carpeting. Send me some of your topic that Richard said. Let me tell you exactly what it is.
I just want to talk this. It's 4 pieces.
That Richard said, Leah Salamita story.
Okay. I will not go to I just talk about the employees.
Yeah, just leave it. Don't even say anything about that. Because let me tell you something. You can't discuss song and leave song. That's some done, so not done. Right? You gotta discuss it, or you just gotta, But what we're gonna discuss about after EC and the knockout negotiation, how that negotiation in Paris is about to collapse. Who are they selling that other all black to? the one in France. Who they selling it to? It's about to collapse. And I want to ask that to Emmanuel Ure. Maybe he's there also negotiating, but it's a problem. Yeah, but that the Richard saying, we in problem. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the show now. It's 9:21. I'm so happy that we'll be bringing in Dr. Emmanuel Ure. The rest of the guys will join us. As always, be blessed, be safe. Share the program, folks. You already took calls, so please, Patricia, share the program. Go on your Facebook page right now and share. Michelle and Nea share the program. Joseph Bendy, B-I-N-D-I, Bendy, Otello DeLong, Lawrence Junius, Jefferson, September Blessing, Jermaine, Angeline Smith, Edward Lookin, Buddhism. Who name is that, my people? Edward Logan. We want to say Patricia Morris, Michelle Nian, Williams Hodges, Sebra, Diana. We want to welcome all of you. Shedrack Sherman, Charles Johnny, Leonard Addison, all of you. We want to welcome you guys because it's very important to have you on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so pleased. I'm going to bring in the EPA Executive Director, Dr. Emmanuel K. Ure Yakwaglo. Welcome to the show, sir. How are you doing today?
Yes, I'm doing okay here in your room. Nice to speak to you, Stanton. Nice to speak to you, Mr. Nelson Collet, as well as Dr. Richardson, who was on just now. I've been following the entire show since you guys started. Thank you for all you do. Everyone that will join us tonight later, and all those that can be on the show, we say thank you. I think democracy is a messy thing, and we all got to keep fighting at it in terms of molding it in the right direction. And some of the way that you're doing it is also good. This is part of it. I'm happy tonight to speak to you and then clarify some issues, but also talk about some of the roadmap of the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency of Liberia. Thank you.
Dr. Yagbawolo, thank you very much, man. You're always welcome on Spoon. This is what we do. And we're always so happy whenever you show face. We're happy to receive you. But you're joining us from Rome, Dr. Richardson. The Pope is not well. He's in the hospital. And Dr. Ure is in Rome.
What are you trying to say? The Pope is not well. And Dr. Yagbawolo is in Rome. So what are you trying to say?
Why can't you let me finish, please?
Right.
So Dr. Yagbawolo is in Rome. So you're gonna get your last communion before anything happened that way, or you said you carrying a special
Well,
greeting?
well, I don't know what I'll have the chance to go to the Vatican. I'm hoping to do so, but I should be returning on Friday. We're here on some serious global negotiation on biodiversity and funding. So this evening and tomorrow, day after tomorrow, the schedule is very tight, but I'm going to make sure what I can pick in. My first time to be in Italy. It's my first time to be in Rome. So I hope that I may have a chance to pick in the Vatican City. But even at that, we're all praying for the well-being of the Pope. He's not well right now, and I don't think I'm going to be able to see him. But even to try,
Yeah,
even if he's
yeah,
well, I think one has to book appointment way in advance.
yes, yes.
Not
I
just
mean,
to
you know
come
how
in
it
one
is,
thing.
but
Yeah,
we
but we
Yeah,
wish,
only
yeah.
got to his
So
for Liberia, and I hope
we
Vatican City.
wish, we
That's
wish
why
the Pope,
for
we wish the
Liberia.
Pope well. But I should say to you, the last time Funatif met the Pope, that's when he lost his job. So
So that's why you are going straight ahead. I mean,
the last time Funatif met the Pope, he lost his job. So just be careful, man. Dr. Yamamoto, it's good to see you, man. How's the EPA operation? I mean, how's it going right now? Before you even tell us your mission in Rome, I want you to speak to the USAID fundings. Were you receiving any funding from USAID?
Uh, no, I mean, it kind of impacting us indirectly. At this point, we're not receiving any type of direct funding, but we are implementing some project or some other NGOs that work with us. They have been sponsored by USAID. So the USAID funding is impacting them and impacting us. I remember the time the order was given, we even had two of EPA employees in Ghana when the funding got stopped. So the NGO that sponsored them was being sponsored by USAID. And so they have to contact me. We have to raise some money from the EPA to send it to Ghana for the continuation of their trip. But yet it gets stopped just like that. While people were staying in flight, they were staying in transit. So, a lot of institutions we work with, they are impacted, but directly in terms of the EPA work itself, is not heavily impacted as compared to other sectors of government, like maybe like the health sector or maybe like the agriculture sector. We are not as impacted as other government agencies.
But okay, so yeah, thank you for that clarification. But indirectly, I mean, because you got involved with that immediate cutoff, therefore you got to get funding from other places, right? You got to reallocate just
Exactly,
to.
exactly. We have to do that. I mean, I think the funding cut going to hurt Liberia in a way, but um, I think it's also an opportunity for us to reset the button because when somebody is always giving you tip, sometimes you may not think outside the box, but when that tip come to a stop, you need to innovate harder. You need to think outside the box. You need to think where you can cut here and there, how you can innovate. So at the EP, I think that's what we've been doing since I took over, and we'll continue doing that. And we managed to achieve quite a bit since that time. And we are also an independent country, right? So independent is not just political independence. True independence is economic independence. And so if we want to get that, we'll have to focus on our revenue generation. We'll have to focus on the wise use of revenue kind of things, eliminating waste and the rest of it. So I think
Let's
it's
talk about how
possible.
much have you generated since you took over as executive. First out there, now you are confirmed that you are the executive director for EPA. What are some of your generated income for this or entity?
So also we have three different streams of income. So we are in the budget, the national budget, and that's one project that we implement, like some of the biodiversity project we implement. Those are very project specific. So those are international donor funding. They are very specific. Our actual where we get additional funding from is what we call the environmental impact assessment fees. So whenever companies apply for EPA licensing, we charge them fee, and that fee is to enable us to do their work. So when company A is applying for environmental permit, before we get a permit, we have to go verify in terms of the work they say they're going to do. They'll have to conduct environmental impact assessment. So the folks who are being impacted, they need to agree for that development. A lot goes on there. So that fee is paid to the EPA. So we took over the EPA. We managed to streamline that fund. And then we've been able to safeguard. What are today we're having two new buses for our employees. What are we having a jeep for my deputy. We have another jeep for our ESIA. These are all Land Cruiser jeeps and good buses.
Can you say that again? You went too fast on that. You have generated what, 2 new buses?
We have two brand new buses for our employees. A very good Toyota Coaster bus and another one. 2 new buses for the employees. Then a Land Cruiser for environmental impact assessment team. We have a Land Cruiser for them. We got
how many? Just one?
Yeah, one. We have another Land Cruiser for my deputy, the deputy director for the EPA. We brought in one Land Cruiser. And then we are moving. We moved the office now. People are moving. We moved the office to Mama Point, to a modern building, a building that is in conformity with the environmental laws, because the building that we met is so old, it's difficult to do anything with it. It was in non-compliance. So through that serial renovation, we are building a modeling laboratory, 100,000 lab at that new building. That lab construction has started. We'll be building a sub office now, a sub lab into Grand Kidman County. And through that, a lot is going on, simply because we managed to save the little one we get here and there, to make sure we put our feet down harder, and that every bit of it is safe. Even in terms of providing scholarships, some of our workers are into LIPA, the Liberia Institute of Public Administration, supporting a number of them there. Some are currently in Kenya. We're also supporting them there as well. Just a little one we've been saving from our ESIA here and there, managing that. But working with a team of people, right? This is the senior management team that making the decisions. As I'm just there, along my deputy, we're just there to provide 1 or 2
How
guardians.
many deputies do you have?
I have 1 deputy. My deputy is Honorable Duet Bole Senior. He's the deputy. EPA has 1 deputy now for now.
You're saying something great. I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just want us to squeeze in everything we can. That's why, listen, we love having you on Spoon. I want Dr. Richardson or myself, before the other guys jump in, we want to get enough from you. You listen to some very important thing that the nation is going to listen to. 2 new buses for your staff. Therefore, these buses going to pick them from and to work, right?
Yes. So the buses are going to pick them from, to bring them to the office and take them back home. One thing is that they make lower salary in terms of, and if you're to be paying their way to the office and back, really, something at the end of the month, they will not really have anything much. So this is intended to bring them to work and carry them back.
Most people want to, Dr. Richardson, Becky, let me squeeze in the last 2, then you can come in. Most people want to ask about the buses. You bought them locally, or they were sent for?
Well, the bus we bought it through I think Toyota garage. I think the administration had that. They came from abroad. We use a Liberian company. I think that's Sika Moto or so. But the buses, they're brand new. I think it's. I need to check with my administrator.
Because we got this thing about
I can send you the pictures.
I'm saying local buying car for over 45,000, and that get him the trouble. Commerce minister did the same thing. The minister resigned. We got now the National Fire Service, overcharging for the fire trucks and ambulances. We want to talk about it. So I wanted to give you the chance that the Land Cruiser you bought 2. One for your deputy EPA, and the other one for your team. Then you bought 2 buses. So this is concerning, I will tell you right now, people will try to dig and see, whether this thing went through the proper, negotiation aspect, PPCC. And also we can say that we do not trust PPCC because we got a lot of story on that. Did you buy it from Catos Moto where everybody running toll and Catos Moto is overcharging? And these are the things I want you to ready. We will take our time to discuss it. That's the reason why I'm asking Dr. Yapalo.
They are very, very important questions. We will answer every single of the questions that we have answer for. If we can have answer for it right now, we'll say we'll defer it, but otherwise we'll try as much as possible. The two Land Cruiser Jeeps, one is very modern, the other one is usually the South African type of Land Cruisers. Though we didn't buy any car more than 45,000. I lead the cruisers, the Land Cruisers, and we have the paperwork. I asked for the paperwork. I have all the paperwork. We can actually send you the paperwork. You can publish it. The bus. I think the bus is either the bus will be 70 some more thousand. The bus is a bigger car, right, for a lot more people. So I don't think it fits within that category.
So there's something for one or two.
Yes, one of the coaster buses. Yes, I think it's
over 70,000.
Yeah, it is. Yes, and the other one is a smaller bus, so that one the price is significantly low, and we have all the paperwork very, very in tight. We'll follow all the PPCC procedures. So yeah. So
I mean, thank you very much. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson, man. But I love to have you all by myself. I hope Dr. Richardson are working today. I'm just kidding. Dr. Richardson, come on with your question. Then I will talk about the new location that you guys want to. And let me just remind you folks, brand new lab. You guys now constructing a brand new lab. You moved to a new location in Mama Plain. And you get a sub lab that you guys taking care of in Grand Cape County. Your folks are in Kenya, learning, the Lipad, and all these other places. Beautiful way to start a conversation. Folks, we have Dr. Emmanuel K. Yue Yakpaglo, the Executive Director of EPS. Come and be part of the conversation, share the show, and let's know exactly what EPA, not EPS, what EPS is doing for our country. Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, Dr. Yapawolo, it's always great to have you. I'm always impressed when I hear you speak about your interest in Liberia and what are you doing compared to some of the corrupt situations that we often hear. So I'm happy to know that you have all your paperwork intact, you went by the law, and you are working in the interest of the Liberian people. So my question for you is, you mentioned briefly about how we're losing, and at least I'm aware of that, we're losing a lot of the land to the sea in Liberia. What can you tell the Liberian people, EPA involvement in terms of what recommendations that you have made to the government to maintain the land, or are you involved with that? But because it certainly is an environmental issue for Liberia.
Yes, there's something is under our control to deal with, Dr. Richardson. There are other things totally outside of our control. The act of continually polluting the environment with fossil fuels and everything that's happening globally, that is causing the earth to be warmer, those are things that are beyond Liberia and beyond our control. If you think about that, and if the global community cannot do something serious to keep the earth temperature below 1.5 degrees Celsius, we'll continue to experience it, unfortunately. That's something that really it'll be difficult for us to deal with it. The one that we can deal with it in Liberia is to be much more responsible how we use our resources. And that's what we're doing. Right now, we are carrying on a project to be able to defend West Point. So that project is ongoing. All the feasibilities are done from the cliff behind, from the cliff all the way, the cliff that up Duco Hotel, from that all the way down to the lagoon. We are building a revertement over there that if it is constructed, it will be able to withstand the ocean wave for up to 50 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that is currently ongoing. That project is ongoing. We are also constructing similar revertement with Sino County. And these are climate financing that come in terms of the EPA being the nationally designated authority. We are doing one of those again in Sino. So those are things that we are doing, and we'll continue to work on it. With Buchanan, the port of Buchanan is vulnerable at this point. we need to try to look for money to deal with that stuff. The port of beginner or part of Ravos port is exposed to the sea erosion that we have all mapped. So those are bigger stuff, but we'll continue to work on it as long as we can work on it. That's the reason why there's so much trip I'm here. The reason why I'm here, I'll take some time and talk about the trip. I know that at this point, I really don't want to leave Liberia that much, but the Minister of Colombia, who is the president for the Biodiversity Conference, personally wrote me and said, please come because the negotiation here, we need Liberian voice, we need your voice in the negotiation here. That's why I came here, for us to talk about it at a global level so that the global community can take some responsibility because Liberia is actually negligible when it comes to contributing towards climate change, and we're feeling the brunt of it in terms of where coastal areas are being impacted. We have baseline, Dr. Richardson, at this point. We have studied all 15 countries in Liberia in terms of climate change baseline, coastal countries versus non-coastal countries, where we are right now in terms of, so subsequently we can start measuring the impact going forward. And if we are doing any intervention, we can always have a baseline data as to where we came from. Those are some of the things we are doing in the country, in terms of just helping the government, but also promoting the rest agenda from the EPA point of view. Yeah.
I will take the cue from Stanton when he wants us to talk about the SETI brother, which I know you are very instrumental in making sure that they are following environmental rules. So Stanton, when you're ready, let me know. Is it okay for me to ask my questions about that now, or you want
That Richardson, yeah, go ahead. Ask all your question. Go ahead, and then I will comment after you.
My question was about the SETI brother. And I'm sorry that Uncle Sam is not on the show today because he was talking about the relationship between OSHA in the United States, which I'm sure you're very familiar with because you lived here for some time, and the EPA. He didn't think that it was appropriate for the EPA to go into, and I hope I'm not misinterpreting him here, go into SETI brother and order some of the changes that you saw that. But can you give the Liberian audience walk through what you saw when you went there, what your workers saw when they went there, and why are you implementing rules with training, making sure that the employees are appropriately dressed when they go into this work environment?
So yes, I listen to this phone a lot myself. So I did listen to the show when Uncle Sam talked about what the EPA went to go do there. The question is, if EPA doesn't go there, and so what will happen there? We don't have OSHA in Liberia, and we don't have that right now. So if we had that in Liberia, you would say, oh, the EPA is usurping the function of OSHA. We don't have that. But the environmental law is very broad. The environmental law covers nearly everything, really. And our being there is also by law. Why do we give these people permit? When we get them permit, their waste safety environment, everything is conditioned of the permit. So when those conditions are violated, we do take action. So by law, it was good for EPA to go there. In fact, everyone was looking at EPA. If we are not intervene and go there, it's going to be difficult because everyone's paying attention to EPA, what EPA is going to do about it. But this is what happened. On the night of the 17th, around 8 o'clock, I got an alert that there was accident at the plane, at the steel factory plane. It's called the SETI Ferro Fabric Steel Plane. They said there was accident. And I made one or two phone calls. There was accident. So I called my manager. So that night, immediately, we ordered the closure of the plane. We said the plane should not be operational until we can find out. That following morning on the 18th, I was going for a meeting. I sent my deputy. My deputy went there along with the team. Then later on, he brought back a report and told me the condition there was not really right in terms of the way he saw it. So then they were doing some preliminary report and the rest of it. And that day passed. Up to now, they still will close it, they still closed down. And then the preliminary report, when it came, it was concerning that, like we say in that report, there were health safety issue, There were issue with the thing, the canister and thing, the filling, the oxygen thing, and the rest of it. I saw some pictures.
Mm-hmm.
But try to go a little bit deeper.
Mm-hmm.
I got to know that this company has been providing oxygen to hospitals in Liberia since the COVID-19 time. They've been
Correct.
providing oxygen to hospital free of charge. Um, so with that decision, what came to my mind was because I got one or two calls. I even called the health minister to find out. And she told me, she said, yeah, that they even she was very specific about redemption. Said they've been really helping with redemption. And the other plan we had, because of the pullback of USAID funding, even the one at JFK is not as efficient. So they are the sole provider of oxygen tank. It was based upon that condition I decided to go there. My reason going there was to see what if the oxygen plant is different, we will allow that aspect to continue and the entire plant to keep being shut down. So that's why I went there myself. I said, I have to go and see actually what going there. And this time I'll go in, the police director and the fire service director went with me. And we
Mm-hmm.
went and assess this. Um, Really, when you look at the plant itself, the oxygen they're giving the hospital is just a small side thing they do for the entire plant. It's almost 10 megawatt plant that's supplying a lot of oxygen. You know, when you're producing steel, you gotta melt the steel. So you gotta pump a lot of oxygen into the fire, for the
Yeah.
fire to get hotter to actually melt it. So that's what they're producing oxygen for. So when COVID-19 started and there were no oxygen in the hospital system, as goodwill to them, they started to supply oxygen as a VAR. And ever since they've been doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's where the accident occurred. One of the oxygen tank, the fellow who was filling that thing, the tank blasted. And then so it killed him instantly because of the force from the tank. So when we got there, we had meeting. We had meeting with the manager, with the management team that asked all the questions surrounding that. One of the questions I asked was about the death, the disease. And I said, now you have somebody who has died in this situation. What the community doing about it? The management told us that one, the the DC had two different children, two younger children. The company going to support those children until they graduate from high school. And they say they're going to leave that slot open. Another family member can work for the company. And they said the disease was covered by insurance. So the insurance is going to take care of the rest, the normal thing that insurance go through in the workplace. The question is, um, to either to keep the whole plane shut down and our hospital system they get problem, or to open it. But yet they are in violation. With all that, still there is a violation. So when you see that we found them, the law say in the case last year they actually applied for EPA permit for renewal. When they apply in August, we reply them. Normally, when a company apply for renewal, we say you can pick up an environmental evaluator to conduct an audit. Based on the audit, they will be able to issue the permit. We did that, but the company did not follow up as well. So yes, they are in violation that way. The law say in that case, the fine you can fine them not more than 25,000 or not more than 10 years in prison, right? In terms of the way the law is laid. So that means that from dollar all the way up to 25,000. When we went to decision in terms of making decision with the team, we started to look at the whole variables. They attempted first to apply, they didn't follow through, and then they are in violation. The in violation was safety issue. They need to conduct an entire environmental audit, an environmental safety audit we call it. But that time take long time. So the more the closed, again, the more the hospital might get problem. Based upon that, the team agreed the appropriate fine at this point. Not really. I know some people have been angry. Somebody died. You find the 5,000 too small. I get your point. But the fine is not to compensate for the death. You can't pay for human life. It was not to say we find it there to compensate for the dead. That's not the reason at all. You can't pay for human life. But those of you who are saying that the fine small, I get your point. But this is the reason. We decided then the company who has an appropriate fee for everything, they will pay $5,000 into government revenue. After that, they will pay $1,263 for what we call temporary permit. That temporary permit is to allow them to open because we wanted to continue supplying the oxygen in about 3 months. So the issues that they fall short of, they can correct those issues. Not just did the one we've done it with a number of companies in the past, So altogether, that would be $6,263. $5,000 will be paid the government revenue to the LRA, and then $1,263 will be paid to the EPA for the temporary permit. The essence is so they can open so that the oxygen supply can continue. Because again, if they close for a long time, like the Minister of Health advised appropriately, our hospital system might get problem.
Have you seen, Dr. Yakwabulo, we hear you with that 5,000 fine, the 1,263 temporary permit amount. We're going to welcome Honorable Akaris Moses Gray. I think Dr. Rich is saying, thank you. But have you seen any changes, any restructuring since the incident to satisfy your concern as to what OSHA may say here in America? Because of X, Y, and Z, somebody died. Now, before you open your factory, you must show something that you have done. Have you seen that?
So that's why as I speak to you, they are still closed. As I speak to you, they haven't opened yet.
So what do you
For
want them to
reason, in terms of the safety procedure, right?
Yeah.
Definitely the safety procedure, the team is working with them to see some of the safety procedure that need to be in place, even as we don't want it to be closed for a long time, but they can get open, supposed to get open one time.
What are some of the safety procedure? What are some of the safety things you want to see in place that you discuss with them?
So first, we have asked for a standard operating procedure, right? SOP in terms of 1, 2, 3 in terms of guideline.
They never had that.
They said it was available. They could not show it to us during the investigation while we were there. They say it was available. So that they have to bring that. We have to see that SOP, right? Which should be a standard procedure that they should.
But how long that I'm sorry. Excuse me. That's why I like when Dr. Richardson raised the question. So early we get it off our back.
Yes, let's get it, please.
That should be something that you have it right in your drawer. Whosoever would be that director responsible, it should be right there, right? Because this is why if you come to my office, certain things I have to have ready and just present to you. Why would they tell you and up to now you have not received it? Don't you think it's concerning, Dr. Yakwabulo?
It is concerning. It's definitely concerning. It had not been that the issue of supply to hospital, which is quite lacking now, that company would have been closed down for a long time until everything can be in place. We are in a rat and a hard place situation, Stanton. Please understand and let it.
No, I do, because let me say this, Dr. Yakwabulo. The day the incident took place, 2 little boys almost died. And they had to go somewhere else to get oxygen tank. I can say that to you because we did our investigation. So it's okay, and I understand that. But Dr. Yakwabulo, sometimes when you're between the rock and a hard place, you make a hard decision.
Yes.
So we cannot allow our sympathy to exceed our interest and allow our Liberian people to just fall short. This is my concern, and that's why I'm raising this question. It's really important that these guys then be held responsible, that another person may not fall short to death. That's what I'm asking.
I agree. And some of them will take quite a bit to be able to solve. Like we talk about the oxygen tank, right? The oxygen tank, the physical tank we saw, right? We did not run the scientific test on them to see the quality of them, but at least physically they were in a stress condition. You could see that those tanks were old. So some of those will require replacement of the tank. Are you speaking? Am I hearing you?
Because somebody just posed a question, and then Dr. Richardson will finish up on this. We'll go to Honorable Gray, and thank God that Paul is joining us. Are we buying those oxygen tent? Are we paying for them, or Sati Brother just doing a voluntary job here and something for the Liberian people free?
So my understanding is they're doing it free.
Wow.
And then I confirm with the Minister of Health, who say yes, they're doing it free. They say, in fact, the hospitals carry the thing and they only fill the thing. So we are putting a whole package together as recommendation to the government on the whole thing side. There has to be a way that, if these people are doing it free, they will actually have to get a new one if that free got a container, or so set a budget to the hospital to be able to replace their thing. Because it can be used.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yakwabulo. Man, we're in a serious situation. Dr. Richardson, finish up with this. We got a lot to discuss with the EPA Executive Director. His name is Dr. Emmanuel K. Yure Yakwabulo. We love to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, please share the show. This is very important. This is going to your house, knocking on your house door. Now we saw that Honor Seti brother giving free oxygen, by the way, and somebody died in an accident. So this is very serious, and we really need your question, your concern. Post it. We'll open the phone line on this, and what would be your suggestion for Dr. Yakwabulo to go through? Now, remember also he's in Rome. He's in Rome negotiating on behalf of the people of Liberia. We'll be discussing that. We talked about Dr. Yakwabulo said 2 brand new Land Cruiser, 2 brand new buses, one used and one new. They moved to the new building.
Both of them are new, sir. Both of them are new. I see the picture.
Oh, just one cheaper and one more expensive. Thank you. Mm-hmm. And the modern lab and the sub lab in Grand Cape Man, folks from EPA went in Kenya and other places learning. We would dig deeper and discuss the issue about their achievement and their challenges. The reason why you have Dr. Yakwabulo here tonight for us to discuss all these things. It's good having you, sir. Dr. Richardson, your last question will go to Honorable Gray and that of Paul Kennedy.
Dr. Yakwabulo, I'm sure we're going to come back to you on the Seti brother because it's a recent and trending issue right now. But I want to deviate a little bit and go to the issue of LEC, which is also a matter that is very, very important to Liberians. The limitation of energy, electricity can cause a lot of, to me, environmental hazard. The constant burning of coal, getting into the cutting of trees, the noise pollution, like improper storage of food, where maybe the growth in bacteria. What's the role of EPA in terms of making recommendations to LEC in terms of making sure that we find a doable and appropriate energy source for our country?
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thank you very much. I think the president set up a kind of committee on energy, and we are grateful that he was able to include us on that committee. I'm on the committee that is chaired by the vice president to be able to discuss the energy need of Liberia and come up with a solution. So when you heard that we spent a weekend on the vice president farm in terms of contact, I was in that meeting throughout.
You were there?
I was there. I was there from beginning all the way to the end.
Okay.
What came out of that meeting basically was a kind of short-term approach in terms of how can we get energy out. In terms of some of the recommendations we made, we came across some technology in the U.S. We're able to expose the technology there in terms of some of the folks we are in touch with. As I speak to you, in fact, part of that group is staying in Liberia. A group of some Americans are in Liberia to explore the opportunity for renewable energy. And they met up with the vice president, had a very good discussion with the vice president. But some of the details until you can get it 100%, you're not going to say, because some of us can say stuff that Later on, they would say that it didn't happen. So some of the details will still be, but we are there to advise the government to move towards renewable energy more and more, because I think that one is acceptable, but also how we can solve our energy problem as quickly as possible. So the vice president have been calling a lot of meetings around this, and there's also another subcommittee headed by like my deputy is on that to look at the energy needs. So I think the way the discussion are progressing without anything in detail, I can say that if it continue like that, it seems to be not in the too distant future, we might get control over the energy situation of Liberia. I think everyone recognizes that and it's very important. And if we can get that under control, I don't think the development we're looking for will get it. And this is something very, very serious. And there are a lot of ideas that have been popping up in terms of how to deal with it. And I think the vice president is handling that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yababu. Let me bring it. Let's bring in. Thank you, man. Let's bring in Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray, welcome to the show. We have Dr. Yababu as our first guest.
Yeah, Doc. Let me say good evening again, and sorry for coming late. But Doc, again, let me say welcome.
Thank you.
But thank you very much. Dr. Yapo, good evening from
Good
our
evening to
end.
you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have some questions for you, basically from some environmental analysts who want me to ask you some questions. So I beg your indulgence to be able to read to you. Maybe you can be able to respond to that. If I'm right, I hope you have not answered the question that the permit given to SETI was in 2023. If I'm right? In August of 2023.
Yes, I think you are correct because that permit expired in August
It
of
expires
2024.
August 24th, 2024.
Yeah, it
Am I
expired.
right?
And then they
Yeah.
apply for another one.
Yeah. So the question here is that the person want to know that what stopped the EPA from pushing SETI when they grossly failed to present an environmental audit report 90 days before the expiration of the permit, as required under 5.0 of the issue permit.
Okay.
That's one of the
Great question.
questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's an important question in terms of the way you ask it. So by August of last year, SETI did apply for renewal of their permit. I have that letter. We did write back, replying to them the steps they need to take for them to renew. Normally, that's what you're talking about. They need to go to a third party environmental evaluator to do the audit. Based upon the audit, we'll go and assess the audit to make sure that things are in place. Then, before we give a renewal of the permit, the question is why stop the EPA from going that far? And here's the answer. When we took over the EPA, in fact, the whole of last year, we focused on institutional building. It's getting the EPA the way an institution should run, right? So, and then with a smaller workforce, with a smaller team, the team is all work in terms of the way that the thing is doing. I think it's just one of those things that sometimes fall off the radar, when you have so much to deal with, right? But still, that does not, because when we reply them, they're supposed to make a follow up. They are also, like I said, by the law, they're supposed to follow up. But it's just one of those things when you have so much thing going on, so now to catch everything at the same time, it began a little bit difficult. I think that's the reason why. That's the reason why now going forward, we are now conducting an inventory of all these companies and get all of them so we can have a monitoring plan that have not been existing before in terms of at what time this company should be followed. So that is currently ongoing to be able to make sure that we get all those right. But it's just one of those things in terms of but we did reply to them the procedure. Then they did not come back. But it's a good question.
Yeah, but then they didn't come back. So what did you do? like in terms of taking the appropriate action by the law.
That's what I'm saying. So since they didn't come back, anytime our inspector would have gone there in the future to check their permit to say that it's expired, they are not renewal, will be at the same point in terms of punishing them like we have done, right? That we've been doing the other companies. But due to the work volume and everything that is ongoing, that fell off the radar a bit in terms of that time to say within that 3 months.
Okay. So I understand that it means that the EPA had a lot of work to do, so it caused some late start in the process. The second concern that under 6.0 or under the permit, occupation, safety, and health, there are certain safety measures under 6.0 that I said you or any entity of such should take those safety measures. My concern here is that was those safety measures taken by your investigation? Because like the fine you found SETI. The question here is that why was the EPA so compassionate about a company reckless behavior that led to death of Liberians? And they have found other company more than what they have found SETI. What is found of 5,000?
Okay. So we'll explain that a little on before you join, but I will summarize it. Since I've been in the EPA, we have found company, I think something around from 3,000 to 400,000. We found a company 400,000. We found a company 3,000, or in between. We have imposed fine from 3,000 all the way to 400,000. SETI in violation. Permit expired. The way their occupational safety is supposed to be in structure as the investigation uncover is not like that.
Okay.
The
So
fine by
that
law
it means that you established that they didn't meet the safety measures.
is in the report. Yes, yes, it's in the report. We say that.
No. I just because a lot
No,
of
no,
people
yeah,
here.
I'm verifying. I'm verifying your
Okay,
answers.
that.
Say
Yeah.
yes, they are not. The fine, according to the EPA law, is between, they say, not more than $25,000 or not more than 10 years imprisonment, right? That's what in the law. So if fine could lead from $1 all the way to $25,000, but it shouldn't necessarily 25,000. Okay. As I was explaining before you came on, the catch is the oxygen the fellow died from, right? The oxygen the fellow died from. This oxygen since COVID-19 time, they've been supplying hospital with it free. We went to verify from the health authorities, but in this case, the health minister twice spoke to her. If I should call me back, that if the company is closed down for a long time, we will have problem in the hospitals. They are supplying oxygen, right?
Okay.
I went to see the reason why I went there because I have sent my deputy, my team, and then they bring all the report. But I went to go see myself to see, is it possible to allow the oxygen to run while the rest of the plane stay closed? That the essence of my visit there. But when I got there, what I found out is that oxygen, they get ready doing humanitarian work to the people of Liberia is not their main function. Their main function, they get a lot of oxygen to pump into the fire to melt their iron. So that one is just a vial on the other side where hospital go with tank, they fill it. So you can't say they will run that and don't run the factory. It's impossible. So here is the thing now, with the health authorities reaching out to me, they shouldn't be closed down for a long time. But they actually started the permitting process. When it comes to the permitting side, as I said, they started it. Some company we are finding 120,000, they in total violation, we write it, they don't even write us back, right? They don't even respect the EPA. And they into different categories of violation, So based upon that, the team we met as a team to say what would be reasonable to charge them in terms of they paying right away so that thing they need to put in place, they can put in place to get a temporary permit. That temporary permit will allow them to open. When they open, they will continue to supply the oxygen. Within 3 months, they will be subjected to full investigation, including environmental safety audit. Right? So then we agree and say the 5,000, say from $1 all the way to 25,000, they pay 5,000 the government revenue as a singular that they actually did wrong. Then they pay $1,263 into the EPA account for the temporary permit. Is a rational decision we try to make ourselves. Right? Without
Thank you
charging
very
from
much.
all the way to 1,000. I know people might have differences with it, but we just try as much as possible to explain ourselves and say the rationale behind our decision. It's not anything we favor this company. I don't know that from
Thank you
anywhere.
very
I don't
much,
favor any company.
Dr. Yabarho. Thank you very much. We got to squeeze, and the rest of the time in. I'm sorry that the Honorable Gray internet just got interrupted. Paul Kennedy, let's get your 2 questions, sir.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Dr. Yakaulo. How you doing?
I'm good, Paul.
Yeah, welcome. It's good to have you on phone.
Paul, just 1 minute. Sorry that I went off. Let me just add that my final question, please. I beg you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that I'm reading a newspaper report where there were companies that were being fined by you, group of companies put together, $965,000 United States dollars, if I'm correct, by the newspaper report. The counter argument is that some of these companies don't have the same value as compared to SETI. And they believe that to fund SETI such minimum amount, it raises concern, it raises eyebrow by them that is not a fair practice by the EPA. That's what somebody asked. They said to me, they said, look, what if other companies, for example, because I just got a copy of the newspaper, I think that they investigated or something like that. If some of these companies who have less of a value than SETI, they were fined huge amount of money. Why would SETI be fined $5,000 this year as unfair to the other companies?
Again, great question. Except from the footnote from the beginning, we have never find any single company 9,000 and some more dollars. And we find a number of companies that when you put all the fines together, might reach that and even surpass that. Many other companies, not any one single company we are ever fined with that amount of money. I say our fine has reached from 3,000 to 400,000, depending on the type of violation and what is going on. People who argue that we find SETI small, they have that's their point of view. And when you think about it, sometimes it makes sense too. We're not saying they're totally wrong, right? We're not saying we're not saying they're wrong. What we are saying is we are in a rock and a hard place. One, this company is providing the oxygen free of charge to the hospital.
Are they the only company that provided oxygen to government?
As far as we know, yes, I would say that. And what I said that was the reason why my authority by saying yes is coming from the health minister, because we spoke about it twice. I was very concerned. He said if the company is closed down, we're going to get a problem.
No, but sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Yapawu. Let's just be on the record, though. Did the health minister say they are the only company, or they are one of the many companies out there providing oxygen?
Free.
Let me explain the conversation between the health minister and then you can get an analysis. What actually happened? I placed the call first and said, I heard this company that involved in this, they are in violation, but I also heard they are providing oxygen to various hospitals in Liberia. I want to find out from you. She said they are providing. She said she's aware that they provide oxygen to Redemption Hospital.
Correct.
Redemption Hospital free of charge. She told me. Then the call got interrupted. It dropped, and I was finding more. I was told that there is a plane in somewhere in Bomi that were producing oxygen. I was told that, right? Then later on, she called back and I tried to raise that. Then she said, even that plane, part of the support was coming from USAID. For USAID support is not effective anymore. Even we have a small plane at JFK, that one is not that effective.
Correct.
You understand? That's what she told me. So the decision is to prove to the company you are in the wrong, but also we wanted to open as quick as possible on a temporary basis while the entire process is completed so they're not close. So people might accuse her and say, oh, you bias. I understand that, but they should understand the point at which you're coming from. One thing I can say is it had nothing to do with any interest in the company whatsoever. It's just a rational decision we try to make on our part, simply because one, you can't have the oxygen running without a factory. Two, if you close them for a long time, we have been warned that our healthcare system, we don't want people dying lack of oxygen because of that, because it will be causing more
Thank you,
death.
Dr. Yabolo. Thank you very much. I thank you into this question. Appropriately, though a lot of other question remains, let's go to Paul Kennedy.
Thank you. Dr. Yamago had spoken a lot on most of the questions that we had to post. Of course, what I'm understanding now is that Seti brother is giving back oxygen as a social corporate responsibility in entitlement. What I'm also understanding is they're
Is that what he
promising.
said? I'm sorry, Paul. Can you say that again? I mean, it'd be better that Dr. Yabolo clear that, though. Is that part
Yeah.
of the corporate
So,
social
so Stanton,
responsibility?
when a company uses when the company manufactures and contaminates and produce some adverse effect in society, they are responsible under a social corporate fund to give back to the society. Now, I don't know, I'm not sure whether this is a contract or this is a part of their
Exactly.
arrangement, but
Exactly.
it's just that the fact that they are doing it, I'm inferring that it will be the thinking under which they are giving back oxygen to the country. But my question was, that does not negate the fact that they should not be held responsible to ensure the appropriate risk mitigation measures are put in place. So, Dr. Yapaulo, what after your inspection of the Seti brother arrangement, what measures are you putting in place so that there is not a recurrence of this? And you might have answered this question before I came on, but I just wanted to get that clear. What measures now are you putting in place? Because this is going to continue. They are going to manufacture, they're going to use oxygen to do that. So what measure are we putting in place to ensure that is such of things will never occur or will be minimized from occurring?
So some are immediate, some of the actions are immediate that they have to start working on. As for we will talk about, what a standard operating procedure kind of manual that's supposed to be available. We talk about less use of or less availability of fire extinguishers. We talk about less visibility of hazard sign in the factory, where you park, where people are allowed, where people are not allowed, those kind of things. Those are low hanging fruit. The company should get those going ASAP, and we are on them to get those done. The issue about the oxygen tank, we did not scientifically examine them, but physically, they're low stress, and so they need to be tested to test their strength in terms of the volume of oxygen they can contain. That need to be done. If they are oral, they need a newer tank that are well labeled, right? Those will take a bit of time to put into place because again, it depends. This humanitarian whatsoever this company is doing, how far they can go because we understand it is those tanks come from the hospital, they only refill them. So if it's the hospital that need to replace them, those things will come up with comprehensive kind of analysis in a report both to the company, but also to the various hospitals in terms of how to deal with that. That might take a little bit of time to get that one under control. But the
Right.
one immediate, the company should start to put those in place.
Right,
Definitely.
but the hospital comes with the oxygen valve, which is smaller. But at that facility, there is a big oxygen tank and I've not been there, so I can't speak to that. But I'm assuming that there's a big oxygen tank that they are using for the manufacturing. Don't you think, from your assessment, they need a fire truck other than just a hand-puttable fire extinguisher? Don't you think they will need a fire truck to have stationed there for their facility based on the oxygen usage? Since they are wedding, they are using fire.
No, they do have a fire truck station there all the time. Just to let you know that they were very instrumental in cutting the fire off at the Capitol. When the fire started, we at EPA got involved. One of those that my team called was that company. I think they were the first to arrive on the scene.
Correct.
They were very, very instrumental in cutting that fire off. They do have a fire truck. That one is there on site all the time. And that fire truck was instrumental in hurrying up to the Capitol to try to get that fire off at the Capitol. So
What's
that
their
one is
damage? What their
So,
damage settlement policy? Their damage. We got mitigation policy and damage settlement policy. So what is their damage settlement policy? They've caused some damage now. That's why you find them, because they were not in regulation, right? They were outside of framework. What are they going to pay to compensate or to address the damages they have caused in our country?
Yeah, if they have that, to be honest with you, I have not read that. But my question to them was, I asked specific question, what the company is doing for the deceased. During the time I had a meeting with the manager, I asked the question, what are you doing for the deceased? Somebody lost their life here in this process. The response from the management was, they have agreed that the deceased had 2 children, underage children. They're going to sponsor them all the way until 18, until they turn 18. That one they told me. They say the slot the man died on the job, so that slot is open for another person to come and work with the company in replacing that one. Then they said they have comprehensive insurance policy for all their workers that cover the gentleman. So that insurance policy, they're going to vote it. It's also going to take effect in addition to what they're doing in burial and all. That's all they told me. But if they have any other document in terms of like you're saying that, I haven't read that. But
thank
that's
you
what they
very
told me.
much. And the rest of it, we have to move on, guys. We
Thank you.
cannot stick with the EPA, please. The rest of it will be calling on the labor minister, Cooper Crowd, to come and address the labor standard and his own participation in this whole SETI brother issue. We are reaching out to him that he will tell us from the labor ministry standpoint, what are they doing? We have to move on. Sorry, you guys came in late. We have other issue on to discuss. Again, it's 10:22. I can give everybody one question, just one question, no statement, please, because it's important. Dr. Richardson, I come to you first. You have any one last question?
I actually have 2, but I have to choose between.
Yeah, let's just do one because we got a lot to discuss, please.
Well, I wanted to talk about carbon.
I'm talking about on the SETI brother.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
I don't.
exactly. No, I'm not ending with Dr. Yakpa, just on SETI brother. You got any one last question? And Dr. Richardson, you have any? Okay, no. Okay, let's go to Honorable Gray. Your one question on this, sir.
Yeah, Doc, stay. I'm on you with this SETI issue. Your law says that you should do a regular routine, 90 days, regular routine. My concern here is that if you did that regular routine of 90 days, probably you have seen the defaults in the company. That I guess the kind of expertise you have, the professionals you have, your team, who have seen the default in the entity, besides the violation of the law where the permit expire, okay? And you find them just on $5,000 because you say they are supplying the government with oxygen. I guess you are not closing the company down. To find a company does not presuppose that you closing the company down. What it says is that, look, We give you a time frame to pay this amount of money. In my opinion, I still believe that. I didn't say you compromise. Don't get me wrong. It's not my argument. In my opinion, I believe that you are very lenient with SETI in terms of the funds, with the huge investment they have in Liberia. And by 2021, similar incident occurred in the country. And I think 2 or 3 persons were flown out of the country. Okay, so this regular routine of 90 days, did you do the regular routine of 90 days? And why you think, besides the issue of providing oxygen, you're not closing that down, they will still provide the oxygen. Don't you think that fund was very small for such a company with the damage that was caused?
So again, in terms of the accident that occurred in 2021, we follow that accident.
Okay.
The area where the accident occurred was the furnace itself. People were there stirring the fire and the rest of it, and then there was some bomb, basically, Liberia, the remnant from the war, that were among the remnant is fire and killed those people. So since then, what the company done so far is they got a magnet that will take the iron and bring it to the furnace. So no more human be doing a magnet. And they build a seal, they build a shield that blocks the people from there. So there's some intervention. This particular fine, it will reach from $1 to 25,000. No more than 25,000. If you say no more than 25,000, it means that it can be any amount, not more than 25,000. The company is closed down as I speak to you. It's still closed down since the 17 when the incident occurred. That night will close the company down. The company is still closed down. They haven't opened yet. We took the decision to fund them as a team to fund them 5,000. In addition to that, $1,263 as the permit.
That the concern is your responsibility at EPA to do the 90-day routine, like every 3 months routine checkup. Did you do that?
No. Our responsibility is not to do the routine every 90 days.
Okay, what's the responsibility?
So
to make sure that
they will call them proponents. Before their permits expire within 90 days, they're supposed to apply. Our part, we need to do routine monitoring.
Yeah, what's the routine monitoring? Yeah, did you do it?
We gotta go. Please make that
I
last
explained earlier.
Yes, you did. After Honorable Greg came late. Okay. Sorry, guys, we have to go. Paul Kennedy, you got last question on this thing?
Yes, I just wanted to thank the director for. Instead, I'm getting a feedback. Somebody please mute. I just want to thank Director Yakpawulo for giving us quite understanding of what's going on. But I want to speak a little more on the environmental and social impact plan. Big companies like those, normally will submit ESMP, which is the environmental and social impact plan, especially when their work is related to some social or environmental risks management or mitigation. And you did very well by listing on what their damage settlement is, because you said it will be left to them. But I will be suggesting, Dr. Yapaulo, that instead of it being left to the investors or to those companies that are working in our country, there should be a boundary set by the authority, which is the EPA, to say, you know what, if you have any damage or anything resulting out of your negligence, these are your requirements. These are the things you're going to meet. And if anyone is occupationally affected, these are the kind of things you're going to meet. I mean, I was just saying that just so you consider that in your next planning. I have a little background in environmental management. I was the director for environmental and social management with the Millennium Challenge. So, I'm just coming in with that. You are doing some good work. Keep it up. I know the resource constraint you are going through.
Paul Kennedy, thank you very much. And I think it's really important that we move on. I want to say, folks, thank you for sharing the show. Seattle Smith, Dominic Satia, Ahmed Dukley, all of you want to say thank you for joining us while we still grill Dr. Emmanuel K. Yuri Yakpaglo from the EPA. Dr. Emmanuel, Paulo, let me just bring you up to speed. Let's talk about your building. We'll keep the last one, your visit to room. We want to hear more about it. Now, what are some of the challenges now? We're finished with Seti Brothers, right? We even get into your achievement. You list a few of them. But what are some of the challenges you are facing right now under this government?
So, the number one challenge we are having is broadly environmental awareness. A lot of people are not aware of environmental issues. That's one challenge. As a result, too many people are in violations. Take for instance the issue of wetland, and which of course the president just appointed us today to chair a special title on that. It's a big thing. A lot of people are either filling the wetland or constructing the wetland. They're not supposed to do that. But when so many people are doing it, it's challenging, to be honest with you. It's that few people, it's easy to deal with. When a lot of people are doing it, it's become difficult to deal with. So environmental awareness, or even the dry season, the rainy season in Liberia also is a challenge. Because by this time of the year, from December all the way to February, a lot of areas are dry standing. So people are constructing actively, they're going on and constructing, but a lot of the area will be immersed underwater when you come in August. But they don't know also, right? Because by now, a lot of places are dry. But at that point, a lot of places will be.
But
So
it's just like Florida, that so the people on the beachfront, and later on, it's like
yeah,
a beachfront property.
that alone is problematic. Of course, we can talk about our ability to expand as much as possible, but the resource constraint to be able to do that.
So what are
The
you
ability
doing?
that we have, we need to hire more people. We need to hire more people. For instance, when we developed a very realistic budget that was around $5.3 million, in terms of what we're getting from the government, we got $2.4 million. But we understand that in that $2.4 million, $900 is tied to some of the projects I talked about. Those projects I talked about earlier on, what I was defending West Point or Santa County or the rest of it, some of that money is called what we call government co-financing. So when you manage that, we left with very, very little money to be able
So
to
you
do
are
so.
allocated 5.3 for 2024.
Yeah, for 2025, sir.
Look, we in 2025.
Yeah, this year budget.
How much were you? Well, let's talk about 2024, because the 2024 budget. How much were you?
2024. Again, our budget, our realistic budget was pretty close. It was 4 point something million dollars, but we got 1.9. But that $1.9 million we got in 2024. Again, government co-financing will push the government very hard. They took 500,000 from all and tied to a particular project. So that means we'll actually get something like $1.4 million in the last budget year.
So I mean, that's a serious issue, though.
No, it is serious.
Minus 5.2, 5.3, and they gave you 1.4.
So we go through these challenges, but Stanton, we also know that Liberian government is broke, man. Our whole budget, the whole country budget had not reached to $1 billion. Even the
So I think that we raised the issue that we raised 700 and something $million.
Yeah,
and
the University of Wisconsin system that started like the UL. That university system has a budget where I graduated from has a budget of $2.5 billion. $2.5 billion. The whole country had not even reached $1 billion. So when you see that we stay making progress, it's coming from the point that every little one we get, we just try to use it as much as possible.
How
I
are
talk
you?
about
My last question.
all the vehicles.
My
You didn't hear
last
me say I
question.
bought vehicle for myself either.
Yeah, I know, but we'll get that.
I don't want a vehicle.
We got a few more minutes with you. My last question on this: a lot of money can be generated from those concession companies, ArcelorMittal, Western Cluster, B Mountain, and all those other people. You've been finding them. Are they not paying? Are they not living up to the permits payment? What other revenue generating means?
The way fines are structured, when we impose fine, even the one we put it on, we're just talking about, when we impose fines are collected into government central revenue. It does not come to the EPA. When we impose fine, the fines are paid to the LRA revenue. That's by the law. Fines are paid into general government revenue. They don't come to the EPA directly.
So so those companies, those big Salavita, all of them, are they not generating to the EPA that can help increase our budget revenue?
I mean, they are generating some money towards the government. Remember the last time the LRA had kind of ties award night and actually awarded Asalameta, awarded Beer Mountain, all the big companies were awarded for the volume of money that come through taxes to the government. That from the LRA side, the cost of doing business, royalty, all that stuff. So they do pay some money towards government and that front. As to the EPA, the only time they will give EPA some money would be environmental permit fee. And that permit fee, the way it's structured, okay, so you apply for your permit, you pay some fee, but that fee will enable the EPA to do your work basically. So basically, when you apply for permit, we say go to a certified Liberian firm to do what Paul was talking about, environmental impact assessment and management plan. That plan is developed by the third party, is brought to the EPA. EPA then will go in the field to verify the information in the plan. It has some cost. Is that fee, that permit fee, it comes to the EPA.
So you guys just from hand to mouth. Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Let's bring you in on the great and Paul Kennedy.
So my question relates to what Stanton was asking about. Can you describe the type of companies that will need a permit from the EPA? Because is that company sufficient enough to give you enough money to run the EPA? I mean, what kind of company? I know like Asala China Union, Seti Brothers, all of the different rubber companies in our countries, they have to probably come to you. Are there others that I'm missing?
So every development that affects land is supposed to get a permit. Permits are into different categories. So even if one is constructing a home, you need a permit from the EPA to be able to construct a home. Even one who is building a home, they are in different categories. Some of them will simply be an application, especially those who are constructing, individual building. The rest of it is just a simple letter. An EPA staff will just go and take the coordinate and make sure that the place is not wetland, those yardsticks are met, and then we issue the permit. The fees are small.
Okay.
Some will require what we call environmental project brief. It's just again a little bit detailed to describe the document. I mean, what are you going to do there? That one, the process is not that complicated, depending on what the impact of the company is going to be on the land and the people. Some like the one that you mentioned, those big company you mentioned, they require full environmental impact assessment because there are activities having some serious damages, not just the land, but the lives of the people are affected. So it requires a lot more extensive. So those are in different categories in terms of it. We are trying, even in that, we are trying at the EPA, we're trying to create more awareness. We're trying to let people know why it's important for them to get environment permit, those who are constructing their home. Because if you come for a permit, it will go and assess the place. The place, something land will tell you we can't get permit. This is wetland. They will not let you hear that. But however, what good it is to build your house later on, you're going to be flooded. It's better for you to notify and get it. But then we'll also get our permit to you. It's not a deed, but it can actually fight for you when somebody is trying to claim that property because we take GPS coordinate of the property. And then if anybody wanted to build so close to your window, EPA, we can stop that person. Because you're not so build so close to somebody's window that will block ventilation to go into them.
Yes.
So there are a lot of advantages of one getting the EPA permit. So we're trying to educate the public, and as more people come for permit, we ought to raise some revenue that way.
Okay, good. My second question is for one time. Okay, my recent trip to Moravia, I went in that area. The landfill is overly crowded. There's things that are in that landfill that shouldn't be there. A lot of the people, in fact, there was an article in one of the newspapers either today or recently that talked about how the people are suffering from the stench, the smell of that area. Many people have died in the rain. It's really difficult for them to even, move around. Uh, I mean, it's like we are trying to open another landfill that is for trash and all of that stuff instead of that one is done. I'm sure you can see that.
It is done. Winter is overfilled. Winter is overfilled. I've been there so myself. I've seen it. It's overfilled, and that's why we are advising the government. We are working and supporting the city government. We actually need three different kind of land, what a landfill or another type of innovation in terms of recycling and the rest of it. There's an area earmark, Chisman somewhere there's earmark, but it's not developed yet. And so when the sometimes call the cost of it, what are $500 million, what are the $1 billion to establish it, the costs are just really hard in terms of that. What we've been doing is that of course, we have a company from Ghana, we have a company from India, there's another group of people. We're trying to get into other people that can come in terms of how do you turn waste into energy. We focus on that as much as possible to see what are some of those things that come to support the government and the city authorities in terms of managing some of these things for us to be able to enforce the waste management policy we have developed. We now had a waste management policy before. We now have one solid waste management. We have waste regulation, and those regulations until will not be enforced if we cannot dispose of the waste properly. So we are talking to the city government about this. We are talking to the government about this, but there has to be a way to allocate some money towards these things. Otherwise, it will continue to haunt everybody. And the situation in winter is not good.
Thank you very much, Tata Yapabla. I'm going to bring our Honorable Gray, please. Your question. Dr. Richardson, let me move on. I beg you, Mama. I hold you for. We'll come back to you. Honorable Gray, let's get your question.
That I'm glad that you brought the issue of wetland. I'm interested because the place that I led for 12 years has a big challenge along the Do River. It's a big challenge ranging from Slipway to the 12th Street Bell. In fact, going to 12th Street now, the river has become narrow because the big encroachment and interestingly, the flood situation that I saw last year had never been seen since I was a representative. The entire area got extremely flooded, the highest. I'm not saying there had not been flood situation, and the result of constructing on wetland. My first concern is that what plans do you have? Will your team be up? Because we're entering the rainy season now. Very soon we'll be in the rainy season. I think this is the best time that you make that assessment along the Do River from Slipway all the way to 12th Street. My second question here is that the Solomon drainage, the drainage that run from beyond the from all the way from up Mama Point. Okay, in fact, the source of that drainage is closer to the U.S. Embassy. And this is the big talk about the drainage being dirty, not clean. But what is of interest is that all of the big, the business people, many of the business people, even the AME, university, all of them, they had their pipes right in that drainage. And a lot of people live along that drainage, the health hazard, the health situation. Do you have a plan to put a stop to that? Especially where people now using the drainage as not when I say a dump site, the prep from their homes, especially these big business centers on Camp Johnson Road, UN Drive, Clay Street. I'm not just talking about the ordinary people, but those now the preps are in there. What's the EPA doing about that? And I will urge, if you're not doing anything about it, to visit the area and see for yourself those 2 areas.
I have been there too. I know exactly what you're talking about. I have been there. The first on the wetland side, before I come to the drainage, we have been working. We have been working with John Cully LNDI. We carry a lot of awareness already. We'll continue those. Right now, we trying to get in touch with the transport union in terms of filling wetland to say that the truck drivers should not be hauling dirt. Truck drivers should not be allowed to haul dirt from the area to the wetland, because those are some of the ways we want to stop it. Who are in the dry season, who are filling it? The truck drivers are the one people are paying them to do so. So don't do that until you can see EPA permit, and you will not see permit for filling a wetland. That's one way we're trying to handle it. Another way we're trying to handle it, as the police director, I've been talking, we had a letter before him to sign a memorandum of understanding. Because when our inspectors go and put a hot order on the development of a wetland, people sometimes do continue to carry on. And then we don't have arresting power. So we have, we now in communication with the police director to have an MOU. So the nearby police depot will enforce arrest order when people are disobeying the EPA order for filling the wetland. But the bigger one is actually what the president did today by establishing a task force, which of course I'm very honored to be heading that, and deputized by the land authority in terms of stopping any further degradation of wetland. By the president pronouncement of this committee, and when I get back to Liberia next week, we're going to be calling meeting so that the stakeholder, justice, police director, everybody on that, to zoom in on this thing and come up with a strategy and look for resources to support it. We have actually mapped all the wetland in Monrovia, and we have been able to do a floor plan map to see if the degradation continues the next 25 years, what the impact will look like, the next 50 years, the next 100 years. We have all that scientific data. Some area will require physical barrier. Some area will actually need to be a fence to separate the people from the wetland. There is no other way you can do it. What are wire fencing? What are bricks fencing? And you need physical in critical areas. We need resources to do that. So those are things we're working on simultaneously. The issue about the drainage, the way that city was laid out long time ago, they built this drainage and left it open and empty into the Atlantic Ocean. That's what they did, and that's how that drainage look. What EPA can do, we can go and tell people, don't your sewage should not enter the drainage anymore. We can do all that. Is that realistic? Where is the alternative place for them, for that drainage to go if you have been structured like that for so long? I think it got to be a whole government approach. Government got to look for money and work with the sewer system, either to redirect to drainage or to redesign it. But it just left with the EPA. We can only get a caution of whatsoever thing we can do. But we can't really do to say that we're going to be able to take care of that stuff ourselves. Ours is to regulate and say that, this is not the way to do it. But you know what I'm talking about. You and I know what I'm talking about in there. I hope
Thank
at
you,
some
Dr.
point,
Dr. Yabawulo. We're back to move on in a very fast pace. I want to talk more about your trip in Rome, and we have but limited time, 13 more minutes left. Let me go to Paul Kennedy, guys. Let's make this a one-question thing, and we'll focus the rest of the time in Rome, please. Paul Kennedy.
Thank you, Dr. Yapaulo. This is a very interesting conversation. Let me bring you back to the environmental degradation that I perceived a result of the extractive industry. Beer Martin, for instance. Beer Martin is digging iron ore and using the streets of Tottenham to pass through communities in Clay, in Dowen, in all of those places, and the iron ore dust is somehow emitting along the route. Of course, Dr. Yawawulu, you and I know the environmental impact, whether it's a short-term and a long-term impact, those exposure have to our people. What plans do you have when it comes to beer marting, Western cluster? Let me correct myself. Western cluster. What plans do you have to regulate them into moving that kind of exposed iron ore into the population to Monrovia? They are spoiling the roads. They are exposing our people to dust hazard and all of those things.
Remember, the Port Ministry closed Western Cluster last year based upon non-compliance by the EPA.
Then they open it right back.
It took some time, a little bit. There was negotiation to have them open back. It was based on a past MOU that we were told, signed by the past administration, that allowed them to use the road for a certain length of time. And they say because of that, the Liberian government couldn't go back on that MOU because it was signed by the previous government. However, we got them to put in a lot of safety measures. As we speak, was it last before a week, they were in my office, and I said, how long? You can't continue to use this road the way you're using it. They have presented a plan, I think the ESIA is ongoing, to create alternative route to be able to transport, I think, somewhere to the Cape Mount side to transport their old, not the way they're doing it. So they are playing. I think the ESIA might be going on now, if it has not been done already, for them to create so that the use of the road, the way they're doing it, it will not continue. So they are playing for them to create an alternative route, what we call haul road, to be able to get a haul road, not to continue. Yes.
Will the public have access to that ESIA? Can we review it and see whether it's in the right spot? Could we? Do they have website, or will it be on your website for us to see it?
When it is done, so right now we are getting the EKM system, EKMS system, Environmental Knowledge Management System at the EPA. When that system is up and running, all report, all ESIA will be updated. In the meantime, the hard copy are still available for anybody to come and see it. But when we get it, all our documents will be online.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yagbawo. Going to Cape Mount side to hoarders, the materials and whatsoever, are they avoiding? Are they not going to use the port in Monserrato, or they're going to do it through their own? Because we heard that they are building a port. One of those concession companies building a port, or some kind of mischief seaport.
So I think it's called a jetty. It's something they call jetty. I don't even know what that is, but it's called a jetty for hauling or for temporary hauling or hauling something. It's called a jetty, they call it.
What are you saying to that? It's not environmental hazard creation right there. In
terms of the jetty, you know, sometimes it's the fundamental, right? The way the concession agreement are written, you know, at some point, you know, it really halfway to do anything if they are getting certain things. The only thing, whether you're building a port, whether you're building a jetty, you need environmental impact assessment.
Have you been
there? That has to be done. So that's what I'm talking about. The whole rule, I think that study should be going on now. I think last week they came to my office and asked about it. So whatever the case, whether they're building jetty, they will require that particular impact assessment study, and that will determine whether they can do it or whether they can't do it until we can get a study report. Yes.
So the Finney Medicine, District 17, the Newtown Way, the Busher Island Road, then they're going to destroy the other end too. That's
I think they will leave their whole road is a road they will create by themselves. It's not an existing road they will use.
But it's not in the air though. It's for the Liberian people. They will mess that whole place up too. Get the money and get the heck out of Liberia. I mean, the long-term goal here is that you already destroy. You didn't live up to your promises, and as per the agreement, right? You mess everything up. You say you're going to put railway, you're going to do this, you will face the road, everything. You're putting pressure on them. The president said close them down. Grace called Roland Guinness and said open them in less than a week. He opened them. At the end of the day, They're taking another shortcut again to do their stuff. I mean, I don't want to put you in a situation here, but I think it's just not serving in the interest of the Liberian people. It's all about the Benjamin. It's all about the company interest. I know you can't do anything. You just have to give permits or not give permits, but it's bad. And, that's just my 2 cents. Mommy?
Senator, not put Dr. Yaba in a situation he can't handle.
No, I said that already.
Yeah. Because I heard him talking about MOU for the past administration when this administration promised they will trash it. So
Mommy,
don't
are
put
you
in your
boss?
situation. Don't put in public works situation. Because they
Okay,
give
so
public works money for
Mommy
that.
is not with us. Let's move on. Dr. Yabablo, let's get to Rome. Why are you in Rome?
So last year, the global community gathered in San Diego, Cali, in Colombia. That was in the latter part of October to November. We were there for about a week and a half. The negotiations centered around protecting global biodiversity. The fact remains that we as people cannot live without biodiversity. What are our foods? What are we growing rice? Anything we're doing? We are so much interconnected with nature that if we cannot take care of nature, we may cease to exist. So the world biodiversity is threatening again. What are climate change, human activities, encroachment, and the rest of it? So there's agreement in place as to 2030. How can we be able to bring a lot of areas into protection? How can we be able to protect critical species? Some of them will call them epic species. They are at the top of the food chain. When you take them from there, there will be cascading effect. You're going to go all the way down and destroy the lot. How to get those things? So that meeting continued up to the end. There was something that we agreed upon. But when you come to the fundraising part, where we need something like $200 billion per year up to 2030, 2035, those are the bigger discussion. There was not an agreement until the conference ended. How do we monitor different instances if at all this country receives this fund in terms of biodiversity? What that money going to be used for? How can you monitor that and verify that the project was implemented properly? So to have a global framework in terms of monitoring and evaluation. Don't make a decision. They were concluded. How can biodiversity help us in terms of poverty reduction, food production? Something we call genetic species. So different instance, if a research is done in my home village, scientists went there, they took some species from there, they're doing innovation in America. Where it comes from, the right of those people, where that came from. If that company making what are pharmaceutical, they're making a big box in Canada or so, they should, the area it came from, they should benefit. So those kind of decision they were agreed upon. So it's called the Conference of the Party 2016. So there's a follow-up meeting here in Rome starting tomorrow for the next 2 to 3 days for all to nail some of those things down. Giving them my own responsibility and the rest of it, I have a team member, Mr. Camus, Thomas Camus. He's our leader on biodiversity in terms of the focal person. I was sending him here, but then the president of this COP from Colombia, the lady named she's called Susana Mohamed Gonzalez, wrote me a letter. He said, please come here because Liberia voice need to be here in terms of Liberia role in global biodiversity and your personal experience and the influence. So we need all of you to come. And based upon that letter now, I have to come here. So tomorrow is starting in a negotiation, how to raise finances, the MAE, genetic protection in terms of indigenous people, where those things, the welfare are coming from to make other people rich. The next 2 days, we're going to have focused discussion as to how we can tie the knot together. And I'll be here advancing Liberia interests. I'll be here advancing the country. But when attending meeting, there are side-by meeting also in terms of one-on-one connection. And this is a platform for me to sell even the rest agenda more and more, or our 5-year strategic plan we have developed at the EPA. We have our own 5-year strategic plan we have developed from the reverse agenda. This is the time for me to showcase to some of my friends and the rest of it, and where we can collaborate on stuff. So the next 2 days or so, 2 to 3 days, we'll be here zooming all these on these things, and we'll see what
Thank
come
you
up.
very much. Thank you. Listen, thank you very much, Dr. Yuri. We're not going to spend too much of time. We're going to give you a chance when you complete the conference. You can come back and let us know what's going on. But I think that it was a great conversation. We allowed the team one question each, and then we're going to excuse you. We got about 1 minute to 6, which of course you got to rest and get ready for tomorrow, 1 minute to 11 p.m. in Liberia. We're going to make this the last round. Thank you very much, Dr. Pablo. Dr. Richardson.
Yeah. The concept that I'm thinking about relates to the carbon footprint, which is very similar to something that you talk about in the about diversity, allowing people who take information from our country or other countries to allow those countries to receive some sort of royalty from the developed world. The concept with carbon footprint is the same, very similar. In the developed country, people use a lot of carbon footprint. There's more energy that's used. They eat more meat. And in Liberia, a country like Liberia, we have very minimal in terms of using gases, putting gases, emitting gases into the air that will be harmful for humans. So I saw that in the last government, there was some negotiation in Dubai that we were supposed to get money in exchange for our carbon footprint. It's called a blue deal or something to that extent. Is that part of your discussion in Rome? Are you asking for people to receive money, Liberia to receive money, and the people in those areas where, in those mountain ranges, that emit a lot of good air, not bad air, that are they getting money for, being in those areas?
So that's some of our advocacy in terms of people who protect biodiversity, who live with biodiversity, um, how we can raise their standard of living, even in those areas. They need to have school, they need to have roads, their kids need to go to good school, they need to have clean water, they need to have electricity. These are fundamental rights. So yes, so definitely on the biodiversity side, we will be negotiating some of those, and after here, like Center said, how far we'll go, we can come back and update everyone on it. On the carbon side, we're doing a lot of work on that right now in terms of how Liberia can benefit.
Yeah.
Blue carbon negotiation is on hold because the fundamentals were not there. You can't sell, you don't know what you have. You got to identify what you have first, then you have a greater bargaining power. So right now we carry on what we call carbon stock take of Liberia in terms of calculating the stock we have, the value. That is
Yeah.
currently ongoing as I speak to you. They'll have a whole week training with young people at University of Liberia. We get them two drones. They'll be flying those drones on the forest to capture high resolution stuff. That is ongoing currently as I speak to you. The other thing is that we have recruited a consultant now to start to develop the policy and the law, because those framework got to be in place before you open the market. Because if you get open the market like that, what is guiding you? What a yardstick? So those are things we're working. We're really hoping that, carbon market in Liberia would not be like the way we have mineral under the ground. The mineral under the ground has not served the purpose of the country. We don't want, if we want to get money from carbon, to go that same route. So we're working on it currently as I speak to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Gray.
Okay. But what I can give the committee the money.
That,
Honorable Gray.
yeah. So that, every time you talk about MOU from the past government, then I smile. Because your administration committed itself to quashing the MOU. They call it reckless, unproductive, being corrupt, etc. So to use the MOU as an excuse that this administration cannot do anything, for me is unacceptable. Because I remember the president even issued an absolute stop on the MOU, and later on it was lifted. Yeah, so I don't know why the president lifted that. Stanton just said something about that. So let's start shifting blame on the past administration for MOU when you have the authority to quash the MOU in less than 4 hours by the president or by a presidential order. But basically, you said something important. I You talk about the issue of enforceability. You said there's a challenge. In fact, you want to sign an MOU with the police. That means people will violate the EPA regulations, marshlands and other things, environmental issues and whatsoever. You said one of the challenges is that enforceability. So you need an MOU with the police. Don't you think that the EPA can help government to generate more revenue? Because I believe that if people build on wetland or they violate your order, you say stop and they violate that. I believe the EPA has in its own regulation funds that can be levied on violators or will be violators. And if they feel, the court can compel them to pay that amount of money, not necessarily just running to the police. So I would love for you to think in that direction to help buttress government efforts in revenue generation.
Thank you. Recommendation well taken. When we talk about that enforceability, we're talking about somebody who is currently filling a wetland. We say stop, and then you continue, right? Or you're doing it at
Yes.
night. Also the thing. We need to take some action so you can actually stop. But the imposing the fine and raising government revenue is a good suggestion. Thank you.
Can I say my one question?
Before you, thank you.
Mame.
Dr. Yagbawolo, it's good having you here. The Chinese are digging sand every part of the St. Paul River. I mean, from Louisiana all the way down to Stoughton Creek intersection. And of course, that will eventually make the St. Paul to start overbearing its bend coming, and that's another issue of flooding we're looking at. What are you doing about that? What is the EPA doing about the Chinese, regulating the Chinese in the sand mining in our country? They are everywhere. They are mining sand back and forth. What are we doing about that?
Not just Chinese, but everyone else who are in violation, we're regulating everybody in term of what you just talked about. Just about everybody need to be regulated, whether Chinese or non-Chinese that are in violations. Um, Part of the work we have done around that, first there was a moratorium specifically on black money, but as time go back, that moratorium has been lifted now. So mining activities on some of those things have resumed. We are actively pursuing them. In the hinterland, like the far area, the southeastern part, it began challenging. We don't have enough manpower there. We're hoping to beef the manpower up there. That's why we're now opening the office in River G. We are now opening the office in Grand Crook County. Those we are now had. We're trying to strengthen the office in Maryland as well as Sino. Because if we don't have people on the ground, it becomes very difficult. One thing we have experienced is that even our field men are there when they go and try to enforce, sometimes the local people are the ones cheating these people because they either will get the local people some money monthly and the rest of it, and then they try to hire them. So we've been discussing with some of the lawmakers from those area. They plan along the way to go there and actually educate the people about the effect of mining, especially the use of mercury in their water system and the danger that's going to cause. We hope that some of the awareness will bring change of mind. So mining feel liberty you get today to be able to sell your property that way. So those I guess some of the work in terms of the way we're working at it. But watch out, more fine will be coming up. We're preparing another list of violators. So sooner or later you'll see again we'll come up with a list of companies that are in violation, whether same money or whatsoever, and they will be compared to be able to, some of them will close them down if they need be, some of them fine, those will be coming out very shortly. But that's something very, very serious, especially we have raised alarm on this, the use of mercury in Liberia water system. And then we ratified the Minamata Convention on mercury now, giving us that international standing to regulate it. So that's something we are working on at the EPA currently.
much. Thank you very much, Dr. Yakbabulo. Mommy, take us home. You keep late, but ask one question.
Yeah, I will ask my one question. I just wanted us, people listening, the EPA could generate revenue, but honestly, my understanding of the EPA, not to generate revenue, is to prevent these violations so that you don't even generate revenue from fines. You should have it should be an agency to work to ensure that people are not bidding on wetland only to find and get money. That companies are in compliance with their safety standards so that they don't have to, something doesn't have to happen and you use it to generate money. So the whole revenue generation part of the EPA is, you can generate money through other fees and license, but the priority for me should not really be on generating revenue, but rather to preventing environmental and safety issues. My question in that light, my people in Swan Mecca District, Bombing County, who spoke about this, they are concerned. They be engaged with the EPA. They listen to the executive director on the show today, and they want to know from you, Mr. Executive Director, how soon will you be able to address complaints they have presented to you regarding alleged pollution from beer factory, the beer factory company in their areas that polluted their water, polluted their farmland and stuff like that. They really want a resolution. You've taken steps initially to be able to bring the situation under control. They want to know from you, listening to you as I speak to you, what are the timelines around resolving those issues?
So, for those who are listening, a quick background here is that the people in that area wrote the EPA, asking for damages up to perhaps $1 million from the company, from the beer factory. Why? Because doing our monitoring, EPA monitoring, found out that where beer factory were carrying on their spin grain, they were in violations of a lot of activities there. And EPA did present the report, and the community is aware of the report. Based upon that, the community is claiming some damages from the company, and they wrote the EPA, and then on that particular subject matter. The EPA had rating the beer factory in terms of the violations. The company agreed basically to everything and developed a roadmap as to how they will mitigate the issues. We are at a point wherein wherein you claim the company attention to what is happening or to the concern. The plan is eventually to bring both parties together, the concern of these people, and let the company address itself to that. The only thing, if they are listening to me today, we'll get to their issues. As we do these things, we are dealing with many issues at the same time, but gradually we'll get to them. So I can say, in terms of timeline, look at my own schedule. Before the end of March, they will hear from me. Before the end of March, in
Thank
terms
you.
of schedule wise, before the end of March, they will hear from me as to their concerns and how far things are.
Thank you.
Before the end of March 30th, they will hear from me.
Thank you very much. It's always good having Dr. Yakwabulo on, folks. There you have it. I still got question, but we'll wait for the documentation. I'm uploading the buses, the two-lane cruiser truck, pickup truck. I know it's a Jeep, by the way. We want to say that your new building, man, in Mama Point, we never had time, but again, you guys are carrying on a modern lab construction. When do you think it will be all done?
Oh yeah, so in terms of the building, we started moving. Myself, I started moving. So next week I'm going to be in that building. So we EPO are using two buildings. We turn the annex, the main building, we turn it up before the end of this month. So we all moving the building. The lab is being constructed right behind that. So we expect the lab to be completed in the next 3 months. So that is ongoing currently. And then when we settle in the building, everything is cleaned up. We will have an official opening and a walkthrough to the public, and we invite the public to come and walk through the building and see what what we've done in relatively short period of time. And the employees are extremely happy. They are very energized with that new building. Yeah,
Let's
it's much
leave
more
let's leave
spacious,
EPA.
a lot of
Let's
spaces.
leave EPA for a minute. I'm sorry. Before you go, I gotta hit you a little bit on the politics. You serve as vice standard bearer to Councilor Gonglo, right? And here we are. First of all, though, anyone got suspended from EPA, and are they currently still working? You had anyone under the mass suspension that was announced by the president?
Yes, I think so. I declared my assets before I took over the office. My deputy did declare his assets as well. So we are not in that. But if anybody else is in the EPA that's supposed to declare their assets, they may affect that as well.
But do you know whether we have someone from EPA
Well,
that got?
I know. Here's the thing. The controller we had at EPA.
No, I'm not saying quite a name. I'm just asking whether you know. I'm not saying quite a position.
Yeah,
Did a suspension affect
yeah.
someone at EPA?
Yes, people are affected.
Okay. So CSA said they would not be taking pay. Do you know whether they took pay for the month of February or would they take pay for in the month of March?
As soon as the announcement was out, I did write the human resource assistant manager for human resource, instructing him to check in the code of conduct, and anybody whose name is on it who hasn't declared their asset should hold on to their salary for the month of April. I would do more.
But I think again, this is what we do. I want to be very grateful that you are saying this, because when you were speaking, people sent us questions and they were pointing to those things. Do you know whether the state council work? Are they still coming in the building?
Yes.
So they are under suspension, but they are still coming to work.
Yeah, that's a little bit dicey, but in terms of the salary, I did write that anybody who is not there should not. It's a tough situation. Let me just explain that.
No, just because when we announced it the other day, that a couple of our reporters, they were reporting to us that those that the president suspended, it was just a charade because they stay coming to the buildings. Most of them, they are working. So you just confirm, and listen, I see you to be a very honest man in this regard. You are not holding back. Let's talk about Councilor Gonglo. You think, give us the election in Nimba, the by-election is open. Do you think your stand-up girl, Councilor Gonglo, should run as a senator? Have you had a conversation with him?
Councilor is a very wise man. He's a wise person. I would not want to, either say yes or no on this platform, because it's actually in his purview whether he wants to run or not. But he is a wise man. So the choice he will make, I believe that choice, because he's wise.
That's Dr. Emmanuel K. I appreciate you, man. You my man for the day, and I'm ready to say thank you very much for coming on. And again, we look forward to seeing you after the conference. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Yagwaglo. Don't stay long in your room. You know that where the people can go when they come back again. They start fighting.
They got no job, right?
Be careful, room. Be careful, room.
Or don't see the Pope. Or don't see the Pope. You can be there, but don't see the Pope.
Yeah, don't see that Pope.
But you know that's why it's what? Etubrook? You remember Caesar?
Well, gentlemen, there are some issues. I only listen, I will not speak. So you can talk everything. I will not say a word on anything. I will get the quiet.
It's good to see you.
We're not putting you in a situation you can't handle.
Have a good evening, sir, and be safe. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. All right, that's Dr. Yuri Yakwaulo from EPA. I think it was a very fruitful conversation tonight. I want to say to all of you, thank you for joining us. Again, this is exactly what we do best, Dr. Richardson. We get deeper into the conversation. I see folks saying, oh my God, people are suspended, but they still going to work. We discuss it. But listen, I want us to bring in the finance minister conversation. He appeared before today. He went to the Senate. Did you see him? And I think that's the reason why Mame on the show, because when you talk about Mame on the show for two things. One, Dr. Yagbawulo. Two, for Augustine Baye Gafwa. Dr. Richardson. Man, the Minister of Finance said we should go pray. That Donald Trump shouldn't take away his. You say, Honorable Gray, you were us? Are you frozen? Are you, Honorable Gray, can you hear us?
You muted.
When I hearing you, that's why I thought you. Can you hear us?
Oh, I'm with you. I just. Yeah.
Okay. You just getting more information. Let me go over the Dr. Yagbaro's achievement here. 2 new buses, and he's sending us the document against the Land Cruiser truck, Jeep, whatever you may call them. They didn't go above the 45,000 as most people thought. They bought it within and below. 2, one for the deputy director, and the other one for the entity generally. They're moving into the new building in Mama Point, modern lab, and let's see, you can have the argument that this thing was in place when job we had time. It's okay, but again, I say that they are moving the sub lab into Grand Cape County, which is good. They have some students out from better education in Kenya, and these things through LEPA, and again, great conversation. He's in Rome. He will come back and give us update. We appreciate that, Yuri Yakwawulo. I want us to get to the finance minister. I don't know whether you have listened to it, Dr. Richardson or Honorable Gray, but something is not adding up. I'm not saying the well-fighting spirit Augustine Baye Gafwa. I'm not saying. To tell you the truth, I want everybody to go on Spoon, and I'm asking Nelson to just, I hope they posted it. I believe it is on the page, but I am not saying that fighting, something is subduing, something is fighting within Augustine Baye Gafwa. And this has to do with you, my fellow Liberian. I'm seeing more of maybe I will borrow a word from my Kari script, but I will use my own word. I'm seeing more of the missuasive and immissuasive misplacement. Okay, check it somewhere in the dictionary. You will find it. Okay, but I'm saying that, Honorable Gray, to be frank, that poor joke aside, I want us to play a little bit of Augustine Baye Gafwa. Then I will hear you guys, just a little bit.
I've gotten information on projects that firstly were frozen. Now we've the American ambassador visited us last week Tuesday to give us updated information that I think we gave you a list of projects that have been gutted, meaning canceled. I think there are about 7 thus far, and another 3 as we speak. Minister Zoe is sharing with me a text, a message that 3 more projects have been added as we speak. 51 million to be cancelled. So more projects are being cancelled. Things are fast evolving.
So, Dr. Richards, I will keep you for last on this one. Let's get into some kind of serious argument here. Honorable Gray, it left from $17 million from 1.4 million, and we will go into everything he said because I had to cut the clip for us to understand it, discuss it by session. My fellow Liberian, our country is in a serious financial situation right now. You must pay attention. Augustine Baye Gafwa, hearing him, looking at him, something is troubling him. This is like a free fall financial crisis the government is walking into. We were laughing when it was 1.4 million, 17 million. He's saying 10 projects. When they were speaking, it was 7 projects. Immediately, the embassy sent another 3, cancellation of project. 10. He will name those projects. Watch. Community-like monitoring, the data system, education system strengthening, election of local government, local empowerment, which is lead. All of these different things, you will hear it today. That money. But here's the bigger picture, folks. 51 million, Let's go into the budget and see how much the government officials and see how much lawmakers are making and see how much the executive marshal running with, how much the vice president running with, and then you would just say, but then 50 more million is peanuts. But then Augustin Gafran saying that we can strengthen these things by making some cuts. He is not cutting from up there. He is cutting from way down the line. And that's the trouble part. That's why this Augustin Gafran, he cannot be freed. He is burning within because the cut will only affect you, not the lawmakers, not the executive mansion, not the pro tem, not the vice president. No, the cut coming for you. The cuts coming for you. And that's exactly where we're going to start a conversation. The Honorable Representative Moses Akaris Gray, talk to me.
Again, I'll put myself on the record, public record, that Minister Gafwan is one of those ministers, or one of the characters in the history of this country that I've had great respect for. In fact, when he was offered the job, one of those who thought that he should have accepted the job. You know, the job comes with a lot of challenges as a finance minister. You know, the reality is setting in. You cannot play politics now. The economic reality is the economic reality. It brings a reflection to me on my 12 years in government. The Ebola situation of 2014 was an extremely big challenge for the country. I remember President Sadi had to cross from the executive mansion to the legislature to hold series of executive meetings with the legislature to see how we can find a solution. In fact, at a point in time, Minister Boyman Kamara, finance minister, argued that there is a need for a vigorous agricultural revolution to fill in the gap because the companies were closing. They didn't want to be in Liberia for the Ebola situation. International partners were pulling out. Then came 2019 COVID. It became an extremely huge challenge for the country similarly. We have Finance Minister Samuel D. Twe. Say what you want to say about Twe. Castigating. Say what you want to say. But that was one of the biggest challenges in the history. I saw that as an economic, not just recession, but depression in the country's history. People play politics all the age. Extreme politics. Then came the Ukrainian war. Now, I'm retrospecting on these challenges that today the USA issue is a big challenge. Minister Gafwan is talking about $51 billion development agenda. Most likely, I think, for this year, that USA will not be providing. They have been officially informed. So if you look at the body language, if you look at the Minister Gafwan that you all know, if you look at his articulations and his gesticulations, in fact, at a point in time, he had to turn to his deputy twice. The body language says something weird. I know I see people on, I've not listened to the final clip, but I hear people say they should pray for Liberia economically. I didn't listen to it. Okay, I didn't have the time to listen to it. Maybe that's what he said. So I'm not running with that. I'm saying that's what I saw. Or maybe they're trying to say his presentation, man, let's pray for the country and pray cannot save the Republic of Liberia at this critical juncture. But what does it bring me to when it comes to the court? Yesterday, we had a very brilliant conversation here. And fortunately, I was able to get a copy of the contract for the fire service agency. And interestingly, I was able to get the entire briefing Under the citizen-led administration, the agreement was very clear.
We will get to that. That's our last topic. I beg you, Honorable Gray.
No,
I
you're
want
talking
us
about
to finish
court
with
government.
stuff.
No, you talk about court.
Yeah, but we'll get to the fire service.
I'm not just talking about. I'm talking about court. I'm talking about court. If you look at the entire cost, you're talking about court. We can cut from the fire service, and I will tell you why. You talk about court. You're talking about government trying to identify resources. Under the citizen-led administration, the cost of those materials that we discussed are $484,000. The contract with Catos Motor is very clear. Out of that amount, $59,000 were used for the 2 pickups. Why the legislature allocated $2 million? When the
again, we will come to that. Thank you, Honorable Gray.
So, Minister, my suggestion to Minister Gaffwan is to look in that direction also. We want to help the government. We don't want to be selfish. We don't want to be the mummy there who castigate the
we'll get to the point. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson.
Way off for this government. Yeah.
Okay, Honorable Gray, 1 minute. Dr. Richardson, let's talk about the presentation of Augustine, the finance minister. Let's just understand that it is also important that the cut aspect, listen, when I listen to this thing, I'll play them all, Dr. Richardson. It will only affect the Liberian people, the poor people that have their own problem already. There's nothing he said today. You were talking about austerity measure, you, Dr. Richardson. You brought it up when we first saw the $17 million that Elon Musk was taken from Liberia. Nothing. He's scared to even present a good plan to even ask the lawmaker, you cut your goddamn pay. You'll stop taking 45,000 cars. You'll stop taking all those benefits. He's afraid. He's trembling before them. He's shivering. His body, and you read people's body languages. The man looking at Zobonzo and saying, give me that thing like that from here. They're afraid. The elephant in the room that those people enriching themselves, but the poor people. He talking about tax, different tax bracket. Who are going to hurt? Every prices will go up. But will they reduce those people's salary and benefit? But talk to me, Dr. Richardson. Talk to me.
Yeah, in watching the video, I got the impression that he was, it almost like he was shocked. He wasn't sure. He needed support from his workers to sort of give him numbers, which was surprising to me. Given this condition, you would think that he would be on the number. He would be, this is a very grave situation for Liberia. We're getting almost 54 million taken away from Liberians, schools, health situations and stuff like that. So he seemed like I don't know, it was like a joke or something. I didn't get the seriousness from him that I expected. I expected him to come in and have some solutions to the Liberian people. This is not our first time hearing this. It's been almost 2 weeks since we heard that initially $17 million, and then today he said about $51 million were being cut. So I was hoping that the next time that I heard the finance minister speak, he would at least start telling us about solutions. Okay, I didn't quite get that, and I don't know if he's still shocked, if he's still traumatized by the fact that he has to work on this budget as it is. But that's the sense that I got from him. Like you said, maybe there's taking. I don't like the idea, and I didn't hear him say that. But and I didn't, of course, read. I don't like the idea for the poor as opposed to taking from the rich. It's like I don't like that.
I like when you say solution. We said looking for the solution here. He named all these things that they want to take the money from. That Richardson. You are taking money from education, $23.1 million from the education system. How much did they give the education ministry last year? How much went to University of Liberia? MCSS, stay crying. Mm-hmm. Now they're going to put away the 23-point-something million that Richardson. Our children used to walk to school, get nothing to eat this time. They would not even go to school. The point we are making is that they cut Other countries saying that, you know why? Because America is pulling back. Let's start from the top. You didn't hear from Augustine today. He bubbled. He will not speak to him. I guarantee you, Augustine grandchild, Mame, will say that the man will not break the law. I guarantee you. Oh, I'm sorry, Mama, you're not Augustine grandchild. No, thank you, man. But on the serious note, so before I bring him, Mama, I will keep you. I beg you 1 minute. Now, the Richardson, you finish. I want to play the other video very quick. Let me play the video.
The projects that are on this list, the previous list that was given to me by the ambassador, include the architecture, engineering, construction, oversight services for watch and health infrastructure, about 2.9 million. Community-led monitoring, this is 185,000. I think this was mainly passing through an NGO. So, data evaluation, learning, and technical assistance data, about 19 million. I think one of these projects, they would have helped us at the Ministry of Finance to improve our monitoring and evaluation of the arrest agenda. And then a project for education system strengthening in an amount of 23.4 million. The folks from the Ministry of Education can give you details on that. Elections and democracy, 15.9 million. Local empowerment for accountability and decentralization, LEAD. This is the project that Elon Musk texted about, the 17.9 million project. This project is helping us, or was helping us, in domestic resource mobilization. The Liberia Revenue Authority was the key beneficiary here.
Paul Kennedy, let me frame here though. And they say, I will say my own, you say your own, man. What you make about this thing, and we'll get to the end of what he said today. But if you listen to it, you follow what took place today, I can tell you right now, I'm going to let the cat out of the bag. There was no major recommendation, something that will help the Liberian poor people. Talk to me, Paul.
Look, Stanton, the finance ministry is in challenging situation. Some of the money caught, to be honest with you, will really not directly affect Liberia, because some of the money he's talking about were not going through government agency. They were going through, organization, humanitarian relief, and those stuff. The direct access to cash or capital from the international funding he's talking about, he just listed a whole lot of things, right?
Did you listen to him, Paul?
Yeah, I did. I'm sitting right here.
No. Did you listen to him? That's not what he said. You say something different from what he said.
Some of those things, some of the money he calling would not be given to Liberian government agency.
No. He said direct effect. This is hitting the budget of $51 million, Paul. How can you explain that and say it's not affecting us and it's not direct?
No, what I was talking about was the holistic cut from USAID. Now, the 51 million is the one that is particularly in budgetary line. What I was speaking about.
We're talking about a holistic. We're talking about what he said. Then he's taking us to full name. We're already in Broad Street. The man saying this is what's going to hurt us. $51 million. The man make mention of education system strengthening. $23.4 million. He said, ask them. Then he said, no. Hey, man, Paul.
Yeah, but who that money was going to? Was it going to the education ministry? That what he asked, and we need to know. But the thing I wanted to talk about, Stanton, he's in a deep financial situation as we speak. Because even according to all of this, salary is going up. Just salary alone, they are going to be paying anywhere between $26 to $27 million a month based on the budget proposal. That's like in the 12-month time, you're talking about $325 million if they are paying $27 million just on salary. Salaries. And then when you add other recurrent expense like the purchase of car, and the 195,000 our uncle going to take to fix his office, all the ones going to create problem. The Minister of Local Government, he's spending 195,000. They should be cutting that other money and putting it towards something, not cutting money from education. Because how does renovating his office, actually benefit like brown people, right? So those are the kind of challenges we are looking at. And the minister just listed what's going to affect us, but like Dr. Francine said, he actually did not tell us a solution that he has crafted for as the Minister of Finance and Development Planning that will be able to ease some of the challenges that will be affecting the Liberian people. It's not an easy spin. And as we are hearing here in Washington, Donald Trump may be stepping harder on some of the things because they actually don't want money to just be lingering around. So let's wait and see. The minister is a very wise man. Let's see how he's going to work behind the scene to find some of the solutions we see, we'll be anticipating. But as we see it now, it's a scary situation, Senator. It's very scary.
Kennedy, thank you, man. It is concerning. We're going to hear from Mame, but I can say to you, we'll play everything that was said today by Gafuan. We'll draw in the National Fire Services as well, the conversation. Everybody just got to buckle up right now, lower your expectation, the word from Amara Kone, and they should lower their expectation too, because you cannot be collecting over $13-17 million on committing hearing and you expect America to give you $51 million. Those are all armed robbers, broad daylight armed robbers. So the minister is scared. He's threatening because you know what? They will have vote of no confidence on him. He cannot ask them to put out a law that they will reduce their salary and cut those BS benefits. But let me allow Mame to talk because the thing that made you so angry. Mame, talk to us.
I listened to the minister like everybody. The first time I listened to him speak about this issue, and I sent you the video sent on. I think you should play it so people can listen.
The video that I played, another video.
The minister spoke for more than 30 minutes, and you
get a special video that you took from there.
The same video. The minister.
But you said I'm playing now. I cut this playing there.
Yeah, so play my own. When I reach there, I will ask you to play so the people can listen to what the minister said.
Okay. I didn't know that he had a special video for you. But
no, he didn't have a special video for me. Probably maybe he get a special video that you got. He spoke publicly.
Exactly. Is that the same video I'm playing, Mame?
So I sent you a clip. Play that clip. There are Liberian people listening to what their minister said.
Send it to me again, please.
Yeah. So, but before that, let me just give an overview. The minister said on the VOA, what are the plans we have before going to the Senate? The first thing he did was to inspire hope in the people. He said Liberian went through war, Liberian went through Ebola, Liberian went through COVID, Liberian are resilient people. This situation will use it, will overcome it. It will be a story of the past. That's what he said, to inspire hope in the people. Technically, then he said, we'll reduce costs, we'll cut down costs, we'll cut down waste. Will increase revenue to be able to cushion for the resources that are going out because of usage cut down. We will extend our relationship and identify other sources that for the long term. But most importantly, he said, we have presented a comprehensive report to the president. That report will subsequently be presented to the legislature. This is a government that he's running. That was his statement today in the legislature. He re-emphasized what government would do. He said, we have already started taking steps. The ministry has issued a circular, a fiscal new rule to all government spending entities, saying expenditure must be guided by priority, and they identify all what they consider to be priority. Even though the money is in the budget for you, but the new fiscal rule is saying when it is not a priority and not directed to major issues, we will delay spending. We'll not spend on it for now. He's not frightened. He's relaxed. If you see how he speaks, and he even emphasized it, he said, in the position we sit, we should not appear like we are so afraid of what the people will do. He gave an example of a pilot who is taking off a plane. He said, when they have crisis, the palace should be able to speak to the people in a way they relax rather than they get frightened. So that's why he relaxed and telling Liberians that you are strong people, you are resilient people, will cut down costs, will increase revenue, will spend on priority, and will overcome this situation. So no need to panic. There are constraints. We are losing millions of dollars. No need to panic. The government is saying it will address the issue systematically, cut down costs. And up to this point, I have not seen any document. And I want anybody who have seen that document to show where the minister said or government said it will take from education or it will take from health. There is no document to show that. What the minister said was they presented a comprehensive plan to the president. That plan will go to the legislature, and the goal is to reduce costs, increase revenue, expand partnership, and spend on priorities.
Is the 195,000 a reduction in cost?
Mama, let me say this to you. You know, sometimes it's very hard for you to come and defend these wrangling. You know, and I feel your pain. Because you, the last person I can talk to when I go to bed, but the last person is my wife, not you. But outside of my family, you the last person maybe, and then you the first person I would talk to when I wake up, outside of the family. But mama, you in error. And you tried though. You know who feeling it? The Liberian people. Did you hear anything as to the cut in the lawmakers' benefits and salary, mommy?
I want to say something.
Did he make mention of any of those things? Recommendation to cut their 300 and something thousand each benefit and salary? The same minister approved the $196,000 for Francis Yimani to renovate his one-bedroom office. The same minister at the Internal Affairs. And you want us to believe that the minister talking about the poor people? Is the minister calling for cuts in ministries, reduce, recommendation to reduce salary? Look at the SOE, mommy. They're still getting the full benefits. People are still buying. We talk about fire service. We have the original document to buy all the fire truck, the ambulance, and everything, mommy. They do it ×2. We got the document. It was approved by Johnson from PPCC. It was okay by Augustin Gafwan just most recently. Mommy, those days that will come on social media and just BS the Liberian people, those days are over. This minister is confused, and I like what Grace said. He shouldn't have taken the position, but he did it in good faith. Now it will take him down. And that's my fear. They will cut from the poor people. They will increase prices on rice. They will increase prices on cement. They will increase taxes on sugar, on flour, and on other bread and butter issue, mommy, just to satisfy those in power, like the lawmakers, and to satisfy the traveling expenses. And that's the problem. What is happening today? Can the lawmakers say we'll not get our fuel? They will not say that. So I love what you said. Well, he presented his plan to the how you call it, to the executive marshal. Would the executive marshal reduce the cost, reduce expenses? No, they won't. We are in a serious issue here, and who suffer is the Liberian people. Now, let's do another round of this, mommy. And you say, I'm going to upload that video. That's the same video I'm cutting the show, because you know what? The video came about 3 minutes, 58 seconds. I cannot upload it, so I have to cut it. Something under 1 minute for us to play, and that's what I'm doing. So, Dr. Richardson, you want to say something, man?
Yes, I wanted to just add that I'm disappointed that the minister will compare the civil war, Ebola, and COVID situation to the current geopolitics of the world. During those times, Liberia was getting money. UNMIL was in Liberia. Ellen was seen as the darling of the West, and so money was poured into Liberia. This is different. money is being taken away from Liberia. So, I mean, I don't know if I'll make the same analogy to say I'm going to provide this. I want to use this scenario to provide hope for Liberians. So that's the first thing I want to state. He said that, and according to what Mami said, and I didn't see here, he said, I'm taking what Mami said, that we're going to extend our relationships to who? Who are we going to extend our relationship to? That's, I would like to know to who.
The
Because
video in the chat room that you can listen to it.
yeah, I want to know. But
It's
since you
there.
did,
When you listen to it, you will hear it.
okay, yeah, if you can, I don't have that kind of time because of work schedule. But if you, when you speak next, then you can sort of tell us to who. I want to know if we have a relationship now with China. We have a relationship now with Russia. Who are we having a relationship with? That would be very helpful for the Liberian people to know. And I think that the minister should have been on top of his game to tell us how is he doing this. I want to know. I mean, I love Gafan. I actually like him. I think he's a young and progressive man from out of Kakata, BWI, and so I think that he can add a lot to the country. But this is a really important time. This is a scary time for the world, and he needs to really step up his game. He was kind of shocked to me. That's what I saw. He was like I don't know, laughing in the video. He did laugh. People are giving him numbers. This is very serious. I wanted to add some seriousness to this situation. So that's what I wanted to add.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Let me bring in Honorable Gray.
Yeah, all fairness, when I listen to every one of you, including Mame, you've not been in government at the center stage where you have to make some critical, and let me say unimaginable decision. Interestingly, we sat in those positions. I'm not saying this to you to demean you. I'm saying this because the minister is fully cognizant of the economic challenges. It's worrisome as a finance minister. It's not as ordinary as you think. The burden of the economy rests on your head now to make a decision. That's where Minister Gaffan, I love Gaffan. I will tell you this. Like I consistently said, the challenges are insurmountable. When you hear Sir Joseph calling, Senator Sir Joseph calling for an audit report to audit the entire UC project. And in fact, the $288 million was used on the hydro. They are impeccable sources from the great United States of America that are concerned about these things. They're not going to put their money on you. There will be more. $15 million, that thing you're talking about, and my brother was talking about, towards education, to provide certain education. 5 counties have been cut off. To provide public education, $15 million United States dollars have been cut off as I speak to you. Mr. Waterspoon and my sister struck very important point along with my brother, Paul. Look, I was in the legislature. Let me tell you something we did that a lot of people don't know. I was positioned as chairman of the executive to lead a serious debate in the legislature for pay cut. I want you to check it. Opposition lawmakers did not see it ordinary. In fact, they were very furious. We got to the extent during the period of that crisis, we cut petroleum product by 50% supply for members of the House of Representatives, 50%. We reduced the pay, the net pay, to a little over 6,000 United States dollars. We cut off absolutely the legislative project that they are using today. We cut it off. It was not ordinary to do that. It's good that you got a regime speaker. He knows exactly what I'm saying. You have other people who were there before. Okay, I'm not saying the Senate. I'm saying the House. There were decisions that our colleagues said, I want them not to come back. I think it was Solomon George when you were talking. It was not about the masses. It was about the upper echelon of the power. Today, as I speak to you, today, the government has no international partner that have contributed to Liberia. more than the United States of America. Make no mistake. Not the Chinese. Forget about the Russians. Forget about other countries. But the United States contribution to Liberia is insurmountable in different areas, outside of even budgetary support. You know how many persons have lost their job as I speak to you in Liberia? Paul, all of those things you're talking about, people working towards that. All of those people, they ask them go home for 3 months, they don't even know whether they will come back. It's an economic burden. We need a solution as a government and people. Look, we are prepared to provide alternative measures for the government, but are they willing to listen because some of our opposition? It won't be easy. Some of the pronouncement, listen, GAF is saying 6,000 volunteer teachers. They said they will only pay 1,000. You saw the statement? Out of 6,000, we inherited 2,000. We put them on payroll. So what Stanton says, Gladys, you, everybody saying, we shouldn't come and praise because we want to praise our minister. God knows exactly that we love him. We can praise him. But he perplexed. Look at the man. That's not Gaffron, the intellectual, the guy who will mesmerize the Liberian Senate. People will laugh and clap. Go back to the hotel. He sat today in a position that Gaff would turn around and say, the man will say, oh, LLTD there. Yeah, he said, okay, you're 7, 9, 10, eh? Yeah. On 2 separate occasions, the body language was just not the Gaffron. The country is challenged. Instead of raising the hope of the people like you did during the campaign, the stand outside the campaign period is over. Don't say he went on the VOA to rejuvenate the population with a kind of a hope. He will live on hope. You know that saying without fasting. Then I bring people are not prepared to live on hope to say, look, we had challenges in the Ebola time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gray. Thank you.
And all of those
We're going
things,
to bring in.
we perform miracle. Gafwan cannot turn water into wine.
Thank you very much,
We have to
Honorable
brace ourselves for the
Akaris
challenges
Moses
ahead.
Gray. We're going to
Yeah.
bring in Paul Kennedy and Mame. We'll discuss on this. My brother Paul, this is the second round of this conversation. The videos, we uploaded all of the video today because this Gafwan thing will open the phone line. Is scary. There is nothing. I listened to this thing over and over that Gafwan calling for cut for the rich. All Gafwan doing is putting bandit on a wound. And listen, Gafwan is in a bad spot. Paul, Gafwan able to tell the lawmaker, say, you call your salary or when I give you your money. Paul, Gafwan is in a terrible spot. Gafwan able to say, they'll allocate a man, I will not give it to you, the vice president office or the executive manager. Gafwan will not do that. So the people mindset, Gafwan said we got partners. Who are the partners? With the exception of America that give us money. European Union gave us some. America gave us some. America said we take our own back. European Union look at it from and say, look, we're going to take our own back too. What's for? Pork barrel. And you know what they call pork barrel, Paul Kennedy? You hear in DC. Pork barrel project. Mommy, no. On Elon Musk alone, in 3 weeks' time, the people that they bring back $1.6 billion. Donald Trump is jubilating. They're cutting waste. But we in Liberia hustling. One minister will take his 3 girlfriends in and put them on DSA. Are we serious? Gafwan him stop. Gafwan want to look at this money and say, I will not give you your money, or America, I will not give you the PSC money. What is the PSC money? $17 million? $17 million? Let's stop joking with our own Liberian people, man. Paul Kennedy. This thing can hurt. Is this rescue? That's why you can hear the same friend. Go to every ministry, every entity. My picking second Douglas look at it for long. He said, I will not get a government, nothing. I'm working over my 25 million plus. And nobody can question Sekou. All the lawmakers are hustling. LPRC said will not contribute. It will contribute, will give you 1 cent or 2%. Everybody digging will cover hole. I thought when the CDC had D will cover hole. We brought D will cover hole to rescue. But Canada, don't let me use your time, man. Stop me, man. Talk to me, man. Mama, what kind of quick see issue? What kind of
Stanton, the EPA submitted a budget of 5 million. They end up cutting it down to 2.1.
No. What this year, last year?
This year.
Oh yeah, because last year they got 4 point something, but they get it 1.4.
Yeah, this year they get in the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency of the Republic. Yeah. The group of people that are supposed to make sure that we don't get flooded, that some chemical toxin don't come and kill the people. Anything that has to do with the people, the protection of the people, the management of the people, the healthcare of the people, education of the people. That's the money they quick on chopping. The legislature this year has $44.3 million as in their budget. 44.3. That's on goods and services. They are 103. If you divide that number by 44.3 million, you get $430,000 per legislature person. That's the per capita income they're taking. Let's say you just put all the money in the pot and you divide that money, although that's not how it's distributed. Some go on project, some go to committee, but that's the money that is allocated to 103 persons. Over 5.4 million of less than 103. The rest of the people in the country, they gotta hold their nose and wait. Somebody was joking, talking about the minister asking us to pray. I really didn't think that the minister asked that question about having somebody to pray so that users can give their funding back. I think it was just a joke. But we need a practical solution to our problem. The theoretical solution, writing down, giving all the financial principle value on book are not going to help us. The practical solutions are simple. Instead of giving the $195,000 to the minister of local government to fix his office, cut that money down to $15,000. You carry the other $170,000 in the budget. That will help to pay some of the volunteer teachers that the 6,000 volunteer teachers were taking out. That's a practical solution to the problem. All the gasoline, make sure that all the cars that are used now, some ministers got 2-3 cars. One of the cars home carrying their wife around to the market, carrying them out to the other place. But you're talking about gas slip and you're talking about gasoline. If you use one car as a minister only to go on official duties, and the rest of the assistant and deputy minister got a carpool at the office, when they want to go somewhere, they use the same car because all of them are now out at the same time, you can save some money on that. But gasoline alone, gasoline and recurrent expense and the salary is $680 some more million out of the $880 million budget. 88.6% of our budget stand is only on recurrent expense. Salary, lubricant for vehicles, vehicle maintenance, stationary, that's how that money going. Only 12.4% of the money coming to development. Well, then we're talking about the country will be like Paris. Not in my lifetime. My birthday is on the 28th. I'll be 53 years old. I have to live for another 50 years more. But I don't know whether God's going to give me 50 years. So I don't think in 50 years time Liberia can be developed if we continue to use the kind of budget we are using and the way we are using money. This is a scary situation for us and our children. So we really need to figure out a practical solution to our practical problems.
Paul, thank you very much. Yes, the minister said in passing, maybe he was joking. He said, "Yeah, we gotta pray." He said it's on the clip. Mama, thank you for putting it in the chat room. When he was giving this, scenario about you being plane and the plane shaking, but this is a serious issue. I don't know whether it's something to joke about, but I'm getting concerned about Minister Gafwan. And maybe at the end of the day, this minister will just pack up and go back and work with the African Development Bank or one of the UN agency out there and call it a day. But it's a bad situation we find ourselves in. And I can say this to all of our followers. Thank you for joining us. Fiamumu, when I can order this one, the cut will only hurt you, not any government official. It will hurt you. The cut will hurt you. And we have to raise the alarm now. Mame.
We listen to the minister. We are very optimistic that the court will help the people and not hurt them. The court will help you. It will not hurt you. Akaras Gray, the challenges are surmountable. They are not insurmountable. Dr. Richardson, the similarities are there. During the war, we're in Liberia. Every day when you wake up, there's uncertainty. You don't know where the next bullet is coming from. That was uncertainty. You don't know where your next meal is coming from during the war. I don't know whether you were in Liberia during the war. We were there. You wake up in the morning, you don't know what's happening the next day.
The reason wasn't in Liberia.
I can't Stanton. Let me see what I'm saying.
No, go ahead, sir. I'm not stopping you. Go ahead.
I'm trying to see what I'm saying. The same thing where you say you wake up today, you don't know whether the other project will be terminated or not. Uncertainty. That's a similarity. During COVID, resources were leaving Liberia. During Ebola, probably you don't know because you were not in Liberia. Resources were leaving Liberia. Companies were shutting down and going. People who were coming with investment canceled their investment because of Ebola. Similar thing is happening today. The minister is saying Liberians are resilient people. The challenges we face today are surmountable. We can beat those challenges. You're talking about 17, 21 million. It's more than that. It's more than that. The number of people who are under the government's securest source of revenue is personnel income tax, meaning people who working, they take their tax and pay to LRA. All these projects, people who working within Liberians, young Liberian professionals, they are losing their job. Because they're losing their job, government will not collect tax from their income. That's personnel income tax. The money they were generating every month, they were going to the market to buy. Because they're not generating that money, they cannot go to the market to buy. So it's not just the usage money they put up. So the problem is huge. The minister knows that. But what we are saying is, in this huge problem, we see hope, we see opportunities. The minister has presented a plan. Liberia will not get burned tomorrow because you say taking money out of the country. Those who want to paint that picture that the country will burn, everything damaged, the challenges are insurmountable. That's lie. The challenges are not insurmountable. The challenges are surmountable. The court will not just hurt you. The court will help you. We will raise issues here. Who talking about 195,000 for Internal Affairs Minister office? Paul, go back to the clip on Spoon. We broke it here. We condemn it here. We criticize it here. But to come because you say taking 17 million or 25 million or there are challenges, then people want to sit on a platform and paint the picture that the country coming born tomorrow. So everybody should be crying. No, the minister is giving hope to his people.
But Mama, while you inflate, can we ask you some question? Where are the areas, right? No, I beg you, let me use my time to ask Mama. And Mama, seriously speaking though, where are the areas in this government do you think we should do cuts to help us with this usage cut?
Several areas, Stanton. You go to the budget, there are programs. Some of the things we do most of the time, we hold workshops. Of course, associated with those workshops. Travels, they are non-essential at this time. We should save those resources. You talk about salaries, there are need to adjust salaries. But here is the thing about salary. The benefits, rather, not salary. There's a need to adjust benefits, significantly adjust benefits, and direct those resources to specifically areas in the health and education sector where usage is pulling funds from. So adjust benefits. Reduce the need of going abroad for meetings that you can even have on Zoom. Reduce.
So you say, I agree with you when you say service area, Mama. Did Gafwan mention any one of those areas?
Gafwan works. You see sometimes Gafwan
works.
I beg
you to answer my question.
Yeah, Gafwan works for the president. Gafan has announced that the Ministry of Finance has presented a comprehensive strategy on how to address this issue to the president.
You already answered my question. You say he presented to the president.
Yeah.
So my third question. So
no, let me lay on the first one. Let me lay on the first one. He said they presented a comprehensive plan to the president that cutting down costs on Iran, and that plan will be presented to the legislature. That's protocol. The document can be in the president and be running all on social media discussing it. That's government running.
So, Mame, let me ask you my question. I beg you. You see that Richardson, Paul Kennedy, and my brother Gray, they all have the time to talk, Mame. So we should wait as Liberians. Also, you see that document. You are now telling the nation that the minister have made so many different recommendations of cuts. Am I correct?
Besides making recommendation, he has taken action. He issued a fiscal rule that is published.
I'm not talking about your fiscal rule, because the president suspended 400 some more people. You just heard from the EPA director that the people are still working. So let's come back to Earth. I'm asking you, Mame, in the document that was submitted to the executive mansion, can you tell the Liberian people that recommendation of cuts are in that document, they will be presented to them?
Children have not read the document. How do I speak to it?
Exactly. Now you make my point, Mame. Now you make my point. Because what we heard from Gafwan, and you say that he made recommendation to the president and you'll be submitting it to the lawmakers. That's why we just can't believe Gafwan. Because anything Gafwan said, to anything that was said today, we heard nothing about cuts. He said, recommendation. Listen, Mame, this is Liberia we are talking about, very poor country, right? 51 million, you said that's the least. We got more coming, and I agree with you. People will be out of jobs. Family will be hurt, Mame. We are talking about these recommendations that will affect those that are up there. Do you think the recommendation will include lawmakers' benefit being slashed? Do you think that it will include that when you have Gafan trembling and shaking in front of them? I don't want to waste our time to make this just Mame and Stanton. I'm just saying that it's only important for Gafan to be the Gafan that we know. But that only happened because we have other international partners helping Liberia doing those when Gafan was the first finance minister first. Now, everybody is taking the stuff, but it's rough on Gafan. It's rough. There's the Gafan that agree with everything that came from the senatorial budget, and they doubled down on the 2025 budget. I mean, what did Gafan do differently in this 2025 budget? Nothing. How did he fight, Mame? He made those recommendations. The budget is worse than 2024 budget. And we must sit over here and sing Kambaya and Sweetba music. The budget of 2025, just the one that up here with estimated returns, is troubling, Mame. Under who leadership was that budget designed and put up? Gaston Gafwan. What should we lie to the Liberian people? Dr. Richardson, let's hear you, and we'll go to Honorable Gray. The simple thing, Dr. Richardson, if we wanted to see any change, let it be of the 2025 budget. The 2025 budget is worse. Why should we believe that Gafwan is submitting anything serious to the president? Come on, man.
So, whether I was born in Liberia, whether I was in Liberia for the war or not, it doesn't make a difference in terms of the analogy that Gafwan used today. So I will tell you that I beg to defer of you, Amula. Listen, during the wartime in Liberia, Ebola time, COVID time, there was an expectation of money from the international community. It was a situation where the world was given to Liberia, or either the world itself was involved with COVID. So you cannot sit on this show, Mame Abula. I don't care who you defend, who's paying you or what, but I'm speaking for the Liberian people, and I want you to know that. I read, after you told me that, I didn't listen to the tape. I listened to the tape. I went back in the chat room and found the tape. Gafwan did not mention exactly who he was going to reached out to. There's no mention of that. For you to come on the show and
Mama,
lie.
can you please play the clip?
For you to come on the show and lie.
I'll send you the clip. Please play
you are
it.
speaking very. You are speaking.
The second one you say, I already uploaded it.
The 3-minute tape
play
is what
it.
I'm talking about. It that is in the chat room. I listened to it. Okay, that's the one that I listened to. I saw no reference to no country's name where he's.
Okay, Santa will play it.
Well, I don't. Yes, please don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. I sat here very quietly and listened to you. All right. So I didn't see him say anybody. So number 3. Okay, he said tighten your seatbelt. That's a good advice to the Liberian people. He said use your life jacket. That's a good advice to Liberian people. Then he said expenditure rationalization. So I said, come on, Irish Liberian man, understand what he mean by expenditure rationalization. I'm asking, and what I believe Stanton is asking, for him to speak to the Liberian people as the finance minister. Tell us, what solution does he have to address this $54 million? He's not speaking to, at an intellectual economic conference. He's speaking to the Liberian people. And we are here to say, what are you going to cut? How are we going to get over this 54 million? I didn't hear him say that. And Stanton is asking, is he cutting the upper echelon or is he cutting the lower echelon? When you tell us, say, prioritize essential spending, who are you talking to? Who is he talking to when he says prioritize essential spending? So that is exactly what I'm speaking to. You can come here all day, Amula, and want to say anything about where I was born, where I wasn't born, but I can tell you, I know exactly what was happening during the era of the war. I have families in Liberia. I was paying attention to the news. I can tell you, I know what the world was going through during COVID time. I can tell you what the world was going through during Ebola time. That is quite different from the geopolitics of the world right now, where Donald Trump is canceling millions and millions and millions of dollars to developing countries. So get that, please.
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. Let's say you, my mom will get to you the video ready. You talk about the VOA video, right? Okay, it's ready. Paul Kennedy, go ahead.
Dr. Richardson, the minister ought to speak to people who are in the process of using money, government money. You said it right. The average Liberian person need to know how government is going to cut spending so that those basic necessities, the everyday bread and butter thing that they need. And Mame is a very smart man. I like Mame. He said how the money is going to indirectly affect our people. He went on by even saying, listen, your Paul Kennedy saying down there, the project is supposed to take what you say, they put a hold on it, so Paul Kennedy not taking pay. So if Paul Kennedy is supposed to buy fish, it's going to affect the fish, the money Paul Kennedy is supposed to use. And then the woman who's selling fish every day, she's not going to get that money because Paul Kennedy not able to buy fish now. Mame made those things very clear. I only wished that our minister has spoken in that area so that it comes down to the level of the common understanding of the Liberian people who were listening to the process through their legislature, right? But of course, like Mame said, the minister maybe will come to go around to modify some of the presentation he gave. But this is a challenge. The government has to start looking at those non-essential items on their list. Again, my brother Mohammed listed a lot of them. Foreign travel. Instead of the president traveling with 50%, president carries 7%. 7% enough to whatever the 50%. Some of the 50 people come to the conference.
On a private jet.
Some of the 50 people come to the conference. They don't even attend the conference.
He cut it back. I will say that.
Yeah. So
on a private jet.
So they cut down the travel. Foreign travel takes a lot of government money, a whole lot. Because the ticket Paul Kennedy can buy for $1,400. When you buy it on government expense, you buy at least $2,000 or $3,000. They're not going to sell it to you the same way they're selling it to the individual because sometimes government pay in deferment. They don't pay now when they come back at the end of the month before they pay. So all of those things have effect on where we're going. Some of these conferences you can sit and right in your living room, like Dr. Yapa, we just talk to him from room. You can have these kind of meetings instead of people getting on, except it is expressly necessary. Liberian government need to cut back on some of the wasteful spending they have. Everybody carrying 10 convoy of car, all the car got gasoline. They need to cut back on some. Nobody looking for the president Omer Baka to do anything with him. That Omer can come in a 2-3 car convoy and go where he's going. 17, 19 car convoy is actually not necessary at this time because all that thing that gasoline, just the gasoline consumption alone per year, you're talking about $200,000-$300,000 for the presidential car and whatsoever. So we can look in those small areas and cut money back to add it to the health ministry and to the essential thing like education, so that our people can go. Yeah, you out there. The president was hosting a fundraising rally the other day, trying to look for money to improve the university. We need to move money towards what she's doing. All of these things are very necessary.
Paul Kennedy, you said it right. We're going to go to Honorable Gray. This person says, CEO, can we take a commercial break? I need to fill my coffee. Let's still listen to that person. They need to fill the coffee. We're going to listen to Honorable Gray. Then Mama will come in with the video that you want to play.
I still need to refill because I've been drinking my tea. But look, CEO, when I spoke of the insurmountability of the problem in our country, why do you think the minister say he had presented a plan to the president? If he could solve all the problems. That's what I meant about the insurmountability. The challenges are insurmountable. You can't resolve all. It's not possible. It's impossible. Let's start wistfully building the hope of the Liberian people when we know that we will not solve all of the problems. Instead of trying to tell the people, say, look, like Dr. Richardson rightfully said, you say, tie your seatbelt. The pilot telling you to tie your seatbelt. It says, start praying to God. Then you want to sit on the show to tell me that things will be rosy. We want to mislead. There's not campaign time. Look, for the fact that the president even declared in an executive order 141 that you can buy a gun now and register, you know the crime rate could increase because of hardship. Executive order 141.
I want to also finish with this thing real quick. Then we'll get to the president's
stand on. You can count there, but I'm just trying to tell you that you know that there's a possibility. With these challenges, you're taking motorbike people off the street for their survival. With these challenges, you're taking Cambodia with all solution of job opportunities. You're running the country into dangerous risks. What I would suggest to the administration, as an opposition, as an alternative voice, there is a need for an immediate pay cut across government. There's a need for the president to immediately resubmit a recast budget to the legislature for appropriate action. And that recast budget will help to find solution. I'm not saying it will be the total solution, but it will help. Government will reprioritize. There will be reappropriation. That the government must mandate the SOEs that some of the priorities they have that they cannot contribute towards the budget, they should cut off those priorities with immediate effect and list in accordance with the Ministry of Finance and the National Legislature for a new approved budget called a recast budget. Because the government has not identified new revenue to have a supplementary budget. We are speaking from an experienced position. Okay, we're not doing it. No, what I'm saying to this government, I'm not saying it from an opposition standpoint. Because if I was saying it from an opposition standpoint, I'll be clapping. I know we'll suffer at the end of the day. If we do not help the government through recommendations or finding solutions, the masses will suffer.
Thank you.
The people boss will not get on the main street. We need revenue. In fact, why you think the issue, why you think the revenue, there's a new revenue, I think there's a new law passed or the legislature will pass it. The government is even arguing that we're leaving from the GST to the VAT, where in the air tickets will be taxable.
Thank you very
All
much.
of those things, because you find a solution for revenue generation. So,
Honorable
let me tell you,
Akash Moses
in
Gray, I want to
conclusion,
bring in.
Mame, you cannot sugarcoat. Look, we should not sugarcoat. There's not campaign time. That be blunt. If I were the Minister of Information or in your position, I would be preparing the mental capacity of the Liberian people now for further hardship. But please be tolerant. Please be calm. These are the global challenges that we are facing as a government. But a failure, and because people politicizes on our government.
Thank you very much. We got to move on. Mame, let me, if you want me now, I can play the video. Or if you want me to wait, Mame, when you finish talking, then I play either or, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
but the video ready.
I mean, you can play it 1 minute 15 seconds. I will use the other 1 minute 15 seconds to conclude. Just play it 1 minute 15 seconds.
Okay, but because it's from VOA and you put that VOA there, I don't want Facebook to get us in trouble. I will play it from my phone, okay?
I mean, VOA will not have problem with it. I just logo. It's
you sure?
Yeah, they would not have problem with it.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Then give me a few minutes because I'm trying to be very careful here. All right. Let me.
Or any way you can play. I mean, if you can play from your phone.
No. I want to do what you want me to do. So hold on. Let me download it, please.
That is the minister's interview. We outlined the different steps they will take, the different ways they're trying to expand relationships with EU, with ECOWAS, with EU, soft cooperations. It's there.
It's coming up, my man. It's loading. Just a few more seconds.
While loading, I can be concluding.
No, it's coming up. Don't conclude yet. I beg you. Yeah, let the people listen before they say I cheated you with your talking point. You know, I'm a very religious man. I'm religious man. I'm preaching in church tomorrow for Bible study. So I invite everyone to come listen to the Bible study tomorrow.
I hope it doesn't snow for them to cancel Bible study again.
Hey, but I pray for it to snow.
Every time they put in for Bible study, they can cancel it because it can snow.
Man, it will not snow.
God telling them something so, but they're not listening.
And God telling them, say, I gotta preach. But there you go, my mate. Yeah, okay, we have it. There we go. All right, so let me play this. This is the VOA interview with Augustin Gafwa, the finance minister. And again, listen, my recommendation that we play this, and let's see exactly what the minister is saying.
2025. Yeah, that's why we move on.
No, that's not this one. Hold on, my man. There you go.
So, Minister, what is Liberia doing right now to mitigate the freeze of U.S. assistance?
Firstly, we have decided to assess the full impact. So the Ministry of Finance just concluded a report that we submitted to the President yesterday, and we are submitting to the legislature on the short-term, long-term impact. And what we are going to do, we're going to be engaging our partners. We are going to up our domestic resource mobilization. Yes, UC was helping us in that regard, but there are other things we are doing to make sure that what we do for ourselves can compensate for the aid withdrawal. We are also going to be engaging in some fiscal tightening to make sure that we reduce our losses, abuses and wastage. Also, we are engaging new partners. We are looking at regional cooperation, soft cooperation. In that regard, in our various blocks, whether it's ECOWAS, the EU, and others, there are conversations already ongoing as to what we can do in our connectivity to reduce the impact on our countries on account of what has happened.
Thank you. So, Liberians, you listening, that's the position of the minister. He reiterated that today in the Senate, to the Senate, that he submitted a plan to the president. The president will submit that plan to the legislature. There will be cut. We talk about wastage. See, there will be cut in wastage. There will be cut in expense. They will prioritize essential issues. What do essential issues will be? The detail, the leaders of our country will sit and make a decision. No time, not sat on this show to underestimate the magnitude of the problem. As a matter of fact, I even open your eyes to things you were not considering. And Paul was just trying to make it look simple. I open your eyes to the magnitude of the problem. But unlike Gray, who believe that these problems are unsurmountable, I'm telling you that these problems are surmountable. Unlike Gray, who believe that these problems are unsurmountable, I believe we can solve these problems. Unlike Dr. Richardson, who believe that there is no similarity between what is happening today and what is happening in the past, I live in Liberia. The fundamental similarity is lack of certainty. During the war, there was no certainty. You confused, you don't know what to do, you don't know where decision is coming from. During Ebola, there was a scene of uncertainty. You don't know what is happening to you, you don't know what is happening tomorrow. But the Liberians' mind, they are resilient people. And we are resilient, we will pass this. Whether the cuts will be on lawmaker benefits, on government official benefit, there will be cuts, there will be adjustment. And that already seen. If anybody can pay you to come here, nobody can pay me to come here. If you can take pay to come and criticize, I don't take pay to come here and speak truth. Nobody here have criticized and provided. So when you're talking about cutting costs, I propose here and have written policy memo on how government should start paying per diems in people's pocket and providing debit cards through which they can travel. That's my recommendation to cut travel expense. I've been talking about cutting down costs long since before today. So if I'm emphasizing it, don't tell me say somebody pay you. If Musa Belete can pay you to come here and criticize, nobody can pay me. I don't need pay.
Okay, thank you.
All I know.
Thank you. Let's welcome Conor Gray to the show. Conor Gray, before you come in, Mommy, let me just say something to the VOA.
I just have to laugh at Mommy.
Mommy, let me say something to the VOA interview, right?
Is that funny, that?
I think, yeah, I'm not going to get between you and that of Richardson. Let me say something to the VOA interview. I think it was a bluff. Okay? That interview wasn't for the Liberian people. That interview was for the UN, the African Development Bank, and other places GAFWAN have its partnership. That's not for the Liberian people. All after when the people run to VOA, they're bluffing. Okay? Let me say this. Let me be fair to the Liberian people. Yeah. This thing, if it's not properly done, right, it shows the weaknesses from Augustin Peye GAFWAN. I'm not going to pretend that I carry gray and say, oh, yeah, I want to do this. No. I know Augustin Peye GAFWAN. I know he's in a lot of, you know what. It's hard. It's raw. All of these conditions, when there is no UN coming in to help you, when there is no America coming in to give you millions of dollars, there is no European partner coming in and say, yeah, that Ebola time we do X, Y, and Z, or that COVID time, it is an international issue. Mommy, GAFWAN can make it. I want to play this video.
Liberians can make it.
But brother, I told you not interrupting each other again.
Liberians can make it. Not about GAFWAN.
But no, if I say GAFWAN can make it, it means that he can make it, therefore Liberia will suffer. Liberia been through eating pancana and cabbage. We know that. I was in the war, the heat of the war. I know that, my mate. And I know what I'm saying. All these things going to drain the people. The people will get tired. You talk about taxes going to LRA. How many people are going to lose their job or they have lost their job? All the little USAID contract that Mo Ali was giving out to other people, the little USAID contract that, you know, that finance ministry put people on consultancy on USAID. That's what nobody needs. All the little things that they're gone. They're gone. And guess what happened? These people are not going to hustle. Let's play this thing. And I'm looking at GAFWAN body language. And I think it's a serious issue with GAFWAN. He's frustrated. We ain't even come to the all business yet because you said I'm not talking. You beg me not to talk about the all black issue, mommy. So I will not talk.
Hey, life jacket. I don't think we are in a situation where we tell people to you have to use the life jacket. You know, there's always this demonstration they're playing that you always pray it never ever happens at the start of our travel. So
2025.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Oh. Because some of these projects they were going up to 2027, 2028. You know, like the project he was talking about, the foundational learning project was going to 2029. building primary schools, molding complexes across 6 counties up to 2029.
Did they just started the Kakata one? That's all the high-rise one.
Oh, okay.
That's
different.
Yeah, it's not fair.
Okay.
These schools are not fair.
Okay, so 2029.
The man here making a mistake. People are saying I'm correcting the man. He's overwhelmed. And we're just going to push this still a little bit because it's when he asking the bishop then to pray, the imam to pray. We got to start a fast and pray. Come on, great. We got to take this to God in prayer. That's what the minister is saying. So, my fellow Liberians, when Americans say lower your expectation, it comes to pass. But then the question remains, can American lower his financial expectation too? This is a fair question. You're home right now. You're putting your children to sleep, or sometimes you can't even sleep because you didn't eat anything. How your next day hustle going to be like? It's rain, it's hard. You're home right now. What's going on? America cutting all that stuff. They're not giving you money. The country is not raising, they require revenue. And those that are raising the revenue say they will not contribute to the government account. We know that. I've been blunt, I've been fair, I'm telling you the truth. The prices on rice going to go up, on flour, on sugar, on cassava, everything going to go up. We're back to Diho Komaho. So we need a leader that will be straight up with us, not to give us fancy words. That Calais, it will be all right. Our other partner will come from Nigeria. You think they're not getting money from Nigeria too? Our other partner will come from Guinea. Guinea looking for it too. Who are your partners, my man? Our partner coming from Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone hustling. Because they met them regional partners. Who are the regional partners, my people? May God save our state. May God help us. We are in a bad time. And this time call for a straight front conversation. Because when you send your daughter to school tomorrow, number one, no LDC, no chairs, no desks, nothing. The teacher may not be in class. They just took $23.4 million from the senior education ministry. We're in a serious issue, folks. Let's pray for our country. We're going to end the show with any other topic because we didn't ask you that you have on mind. Let's discuss it, and then we'll be winding down. When we get to Conor Gray, you will just put all together Conor Gray and speak. But any other topic that you want to discuss on, we'll end the show. We're coming with a specific topic today, but we have to branch off because we brought in Dr. Yakwabudo as our guest. Don't forget tomorrow, we're going to be having Boyman Kamara tomorrow from Wama. It will be explosive. It will be big. Don't forget, you got to join us tomorrow with the former finance minister, Boyman Kamara. And we have the car power document. The document that was rejected. From start to finish, we have the entire document. We are digging into it and we'll share it with you. But what's on your mind? Talk to us. Anything, you have your 2 minutes. May God save our state. Dr. Richardson, you want to go first or you want to go last?
I want to go first. Let me do my closing. We're doing our closing right now.
No, what's on your mind? Everybody got to chip in exactly. We didn't ask that question, then we'll come with closing. Put everything together, Dr. Richardson.
Say that again. I did.
I said put everything together if you can.
Oh, okay. Cheap shot from someone like Ambula Mame. That doesn't move me. He wants to correlate me with, Musa ability, and that's a cheap shot from you. But it was a great show so far. It was great having the EPA director coming over. But I also want to speak directly to the finance minister. I just want him to take this situation to be very serious. I didn't see the seriousness in his situation. I want him to speak to the Liberian people as someone who is the Minister of Finance and Planning. I felt like he wasn't addressing the Liberian people's issue. He was talking, fasten your seatbelt. I wrote some of the things down that he was saying. use your life jacket. Those are the words that he was using. We're going to rationalize on expenditure. What expenditure are you going to rationalize on? Liberian people would like to know that. Okay, you were talking about we're going to prioritize essential spending. Who are you talking to? All right, and that's all I'm asking to do. And I wanted him to give suggestions, like we're saying, cut the government. The government, Paul Kennedy said, has an exorbitant, very high recurring expenditure on payroll. You know, a bulk of our budget goes towards paying people, and so we are asking our government, it's primarily headed by the finance minister, to look into cutting people's salary. The people that make the highest amount of money in the government, look into doing that. And then, of course, after you do that, you can speak. Then you can ask our common Liberian person to tighten their belt in a life jacket and what have you. But you have not done that yet. You have not come out with at least a strategic plan. That's what I'm expecting. A solution based, okay, option, a solution based recommendation. I didn't hear that. You said that you sent it to the president, but what about you telling the Liberian people, talking to the Liberian people? So that's what I expected from Kafon. So of course, Mommy can come here today, tomorrow, and he can say, "Oh, the uncertainty of the war is similar." No, it's not. I study human behavior. I know it's not. Okay, when the uncertainty of the war is different because like the war was in sympathy with Liberia. Ellen Johnson can prove it because she's one of the leader that got one of the most money from the outside world. In fact, she was dubbed the darling of the West. So you cannot compare the geopolitics of the world that is happening now, the cancellation of 51 million for Liberian people, to the situation that we had during Ebola, COVID, and during the wartime. That uncertainty is very different. We feel the uncertainty here, and the uncertainty is also felt in Liberia. So I want to end by saying that. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Paul, let's get you in. What's on your mind, and you want to include that in your closing, sir?
Thank you. Thanks to Dr. Emmanuel Yakpawulo for giving us some insights on his plan to move the EPA forward. There are still some challenging issues. As we saw last year, there were a lot of flooding and other things that really affected our people. And building, constructing homes into the wetland displaces water, and the water has to look for somewhere to empty. So when you see the flooding around Monrovia, that's one of the things that is really affecting the flooding. People are blocking the drainage passage. The people are building in wetland. So I hope the EPA will really consider some of the things they have to do, and they need to stop the people from digging sand into the river. I mean, he talked about the challenges that he has with enforceability, in enforcing the law. That should not be a challenge. The police there, let them find the police. If they don't have the ability to, manage to stop people from doing illegal things, I think the police should get involved. And I'm glad that he said he's going to have a conversation with the police under the new task force to see how they can begin to do some of those things. Continue to dig sand from the river. The people in Cowell will be affected. And eventually, you're going to see a lot of flooding on that side of the place. What's on my mind, Stanton, is the issue we talked about the other day about the bridge in Bamboo Town that has been there since 2023. They put money in the budget. The Wapolu County administrators have agreed that they are going to wait until the government fixes that bridge. Meanwhile, people are dying in the bridge. The bridge is dilapidated. It's completely a mess. And you got yellow machines, caterpillars, all kinds of things roaming on that bridge, and you have students crossing that bridge by foot, going to school to small Lakere mission, and people have made a lot of accidents. One lady broke her foot on that bridge. I think it is time for the Wapolu County authority to look into the matter of fixing the bridge. They got one guy who went and protested and burned some part of the bridge. They put him in prison. He's still in prison in Wapolu. Nobody talking about him, but nobody is looking to see why he even got angry, because people are dying in the bridge, and the county authority is doing nothing about fixing the bridge. Every day they go and talk, they put money in the budget, $150,000 to fix the bridge. Up to now, we have not heard any update on when they're going to fix the bridge. So we need to really consider their lives that are at risk. And meanwhile, all these companies are extracting hundreds of millions of dollars of gold from Babulu area on that broken bridge, and nobody is fixing it. When I go to Babulu anytime this year, I will park my car in that bridge. Nobody can cross up, nobody can cross down until that bridge is fixed. I personally will park my car into that bridge. I will take the law into my hands. Since the law is not trying to address the situation that people have, and
we're
people
not
are
going to say
dying.
on Australia, Paul.
Yeah,
we're not going to say that, but you're taking the law in your hand, my man. That's international show, my man. You
People
want
are
to run?
dying.
No. Yeah,
People are
let's keep
dying
it
in
polite.
Babulu, so we need to address that.
Yeah, but violence would never be the problem to solving
That's
these
not
things.
violent. I just sit down in the
Yeah,
bridge.
but don't
Nobody
sit
can pass.
on an international platform and
That's
say
not
you break
violence
the
there.
law.
I would just park my car in the bridge. Nobody can
Okay.
pass.
Yeah, but let's just keep it, man. Let's just keep it. This thing, oh God.
Sometimes you have to take the drastic measures to get people
Yeah,
attention.
but don't do it on the show, brother. I'm begging you. Yeah.
All right.
Go on Facebook and post it.
I will.
But we want to say we love you too, Paul Kennedy. We're going to get into this all black issue. That's easy, auto easy. But again, this picture is very famous. The reason why Black 13 and the other all black that we need to discuss it, the one in which they went to Paris, France to sign on the document. Like I said, we know the company name now. Thank God we know the company. The new company that are interested in buying this all black. But there's a twist to this story. If you remember all black, though, Madame Salita and her son, Arab Salif, and all of them, the story continues. Now, who is the new Madame Salif? Who is the new Arab Salif? And who's the new operator for Local, LPRA? What's the program here? Which black they want to sell? Go on the website and which black they want to twist around. Are the country about to receive huge amount of money? Or are we playing a different dangerous game here to just put money in people's pocket? It is 12:45 in Liberia AM, 7:45 here. We beg you to join us tomorrow. We want to reveal to you the new company name and other documents we have received. This is only concerning that, again, all black situation about to hit Liberia, and it doesn't look good. The reason why we have Arthur Easy is that he's the person at first that bought the other all black. He bought it, he sold it, he made hundreds of $millions. He's back again. Now, the other company will be talking about that, but who are involved, my fellow Liberian? It is concerning with this all black issue, and it will hit you so hard. Don't forget, we have Burma Kamara tomorrow. Today, at the Liberia National Police, we saw the Fadiga brothers going to file their complaint at the Liberia National Police. They walk into the police station, Central Police Station, and they want to file the complaint. What's going on here, if you see in the back of them, we're seeing the sheriff, members from the court, walking towards them to serve a writ of summons. The sheriff said they refused to accept the writ of summons, right? Because A.B. Kromah sued them. A.B. Kromah sued them, so they want to serve the writ of summons. Yes, the writ of summons right here, you can see it. Now, there's a whole twist to this. They want to file a complaint, do the documentation about the allegation that he stabbed an AFL officer, but then there was an opportunity for the sheriff from the court to go serve them. They refused to accept this. That I don't know why. I tried making contact with them. I couldn't. But again, tomorrow we get more information. The judge is not happy, and he said now he will order a writ of arrest. Now, you guys can talk it tomorrow. We have Clinton on the show to give the different breakdown. We have so many stories coming to you. The fire service was squeezed in time. They charge double the price for the fire trucks, double the price for the ambulance, double the price for everything they bought most recently. It's troubling. Over 500,000 United States dollars, over half of $1 million. What is going on in our country? Must everybody be involved in stealing? Is that the only way to go? And I can say to you, though, it's only important that we discuss this issue openly. We discuss this issue openly. People may hate you, People may love you, but above all, Liberia is the only place we have. I care less if you call me. I care less if you like me. Once my Liberia people receive the information, I'm happy. So everybody that on the show and those that are absent today, I really enjoy the participation and the contribution. Something is happening at the Ministry of Youth and Sport, one of the youth center, that actually somebody stole 60,000 American dollars. One of the youth center with the intent of building the youth center, but they lied. One of the deputy minister, we just received the information. I will call Bangalo. I'll discuss it with him. I don't want to call that deputy minister name, but Minister of Youth and Sport, they are in the spotlight. And I will announce on the show. I was surprised when Superintendent James Mumble called me. We've been running with the MCSS story. We've been running with that story, but it took everything in him to call me and talk to me about his side of that story. I'm inviting the superintendent on the show for you to hear him. This too will make Liberia better. You see something, you say something. But let's give everybody the opportunity to speak. It will make our country, and I told the superintendent, I am surprised that you are calling me. And I am happy that you called me. We will invite you on the show. The Liberian people will hear your side of the story, and they will make the decision. Again, may God save our state. That's my closing. I think it was a beautiful show. I'm going to go to the three gentlemen right now to do the closing. The Honorable Karis Mercy Gray, and we'll go to Honorable Ed Remy Gray and Papa Lumambe. We have the good night to you all. Honorable Gray?
Yeah. What on my basically will just be two quick things. From last night, I decided to go and just do some quick research. On the issue of the fire service. The truth of the matter is that the contract between the Liberian Fire Service and Qatar Motors stipulated a total amount of $4,884. $484,000.
Greg, can you share the contract? Can you share a copy of it?
Yeah, I will send it to you.
I'm sharing it with you. I'm putting it in the chat room. Chris, sorry I did it off the way. I'm sorry.
I didn't get it in my email. I will send it to you people. So it's 4,000. They were to purchase 11 equipment vehicles. The ambulance was at $25,000, while the two pickup each was $29,900. If you multiply by two, that's $59,800. The payment was made. The $59,800 was made. Okay. Then the 8-unit fire truck are $49,000 each. $49,950. That is $399,600. So subtract the $59,000 for the two pickups. The $59,800, subtract it from the $4,400. The story of the $2 million from the past administration is fallacious. The argument of another $2 million, that's where there's a need for further investigation into the fire service to know exactly, because when Martin flagged that issue, I thought to contact the past administration and other people. So fortunately, I got the contract. Now, the president issued an executive order today. It's a national debate for me. Whether Liberians cannot possess firearms, though he said you can get it and you can register it. Maybe for safety reasons. I don't know what is the security briefing the president has, or also maybe the country has become so lawless. So Executive Order 141 have been issued. In conclusion, that the public can debate the pro and cons. In conclusion, the whole OID stand on, we don't mention our voice. The new Rap Salif, or quote unquote, whosoever that Jojo Boyka, he flew in to negotiate. The other guy there, McCarthy, he and Christopher Neal being there. The head of Noka, the bull, Dora Scott were in Paris. The lady from the regulatory authority was also in Paris. There are two separate oil black negotiations that I know of that's ongoing. Two separate. The very Nigerian guy your name was at the birthday party of Tantan Boyka, been a long time friend of President Boyka, who was involved into Block 13 and resold Block 13 for nothing less than 150,000 or more. Maybe Mami has that other information because he worked at Nuka. Okay, that's the same guy that is coming now, that the president is in the phone no and asked the group of people, including Jacob Kabakori, to go and negotiate with the guy. And this guy was in the campaign process of the Unity Party. It's an open secret. Whether people will deny or not, they want to sell the oil block. That's one of the reasons why we resisted the passage of Block 13 finally. Okay, but I think that the resources of the country should not be given cheap at any point in time. Tomorrow, yes, we'll be able to discuss that, but the executive order is of concern. Where the president now saying, buy your gun, protect yourself, just register the gun. I am going to buy my gun. I'm going to register my gun either this week or next week. I'm going in full scale with that executive order because
nothing sport CCTV and buy a gun, nothing sport.
Nothing sport. The talk about CCTV people are running all around with it says Dr. Richardson, but now not CCTV now. The president said buy a gun. What are the guns?
Let me ask you, Honorable Gray, do we have gun store in the country?
My man, I don't know how they say buy the gun. Maybe we can buy the gun and say I get gun, go register. And say,
no, it's very serious because and with this, the reason why wait 1 minute, I beg you. The reason why I didn't bring this up because I want us to bring someone from that area to explain to us. Yes. So buy your gun, right? Number one, we should identify whether we have a gun store in the country. Mommy, I know maybe you want to say something on this, Mommy. So let's just bring it in.
I mean,
can you help us? And I don't want us to just jump into this because this is big. I read what the president put out. What for you to say the president say, buy your gun.
What's this?
Yeah, I'm this one Honorable Gray.
So executive order 141, the president said you can buy your gun and register your gun.
Can you mark it where the president said it?
When you say a gun, it doesn't matter. God not coming from here want to sit in front of all the talk show here today.
No.
Okay.
God not coming that you must say yeah. No, coming.
But hold on now. You don't have to interrupt. You can say what the president said, right? You got your right and you conclude. I come and lead the show. I am telling you that President Boyka is saying go and register the gun you get. Or you buy a gun, you go to someone and you register it. It must be registered. We get gun store in Liberia.
No, but is that what the president said though?
That's what the president is saying.
Can you mark it on that thing? No, I got a flag it. Wait, come to you, mommy.
Let me tell you. Stanton, the president issued an executive order that people can own gun now. You might just register the gun.
But hold on now. I beg you, Honorable Gray. You the man on this show that said in the legislature. So help us understand. The executive order I'm going through, and maybe I'm not too fast.
Executive order, they're not legislation.
Hey, wait, let me finish back. Get your friend a channel finish too bad. Beg you back.
My man, wait, let me ask you one question.
But Stanton, you don't want to begin the thing on already.
No, the reason why I asked you, Great, wait. Can you just mark it blue or yellow or red?
Okay, read it. Executive order. Read it.
You got it. Can you send it to me?
No, you got it on your phone.
Thank you,
Let me conclude. The president issued an executive order 141 asking Liberian to register gun. So you will not buy gun before you register gun? You will not buy gun before you register it or get permit to go buy gun? So where you will take the gun from, you will just drop from the sky? So the president telling, oh, we can buy gun now, when just get it registered, what he means? That is not an argument for somebody to think that a gun will just drop from the sky, the government can supply all of your gun, one to your horses, and go register it.
Okay, please don't go. Let me pull it up. Listen, let me be fair with you, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to pull it up because it's here. I just, again, I beg you. Everybody will say that.
I will hold on 1 minute, then I conclude. I go.
Yeah, but you can't run away now. You know,
I cannot run. I cannot run away.
Stanton.
Yeah.
Don't waste time on the thing. Look.
No, don't say you hire your thing. You ask the people to put it up.
No, mommy, I beg you. The only government,
I want you to put it up. I want you to put it up.
Yeah, don't say don't waste your time. Then read it.
I want you to
go
put it
back
up.
on for your mommy. You come to my door, more you will see.
Again, Sandra, I pull the thing up. Go to page 2.
I get it. I'm
page 2. Everything.
I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to pull it up.
Come in real. Come to go to page 2. Go your back on now. And that one pray today. He said, "I'm pray." Then he said, "I lying to my prayer."
So let's go to Conor Gray. While I'm putting this thing up, Conor Gray, can you?
Conor Gray, that security man, he needs to read it. All I want is my back on, my man.
Yeah, but you don't know whether the man ready or not, my man. Stop disturbing the show, man.
Okay, but then let me leave now because I finished talking. Say the person my back on the
quarrel. That man, he get go. Yeah, the man go. He lie, shame. Let him go.
My man, shame in front of you, baby.
Conor Gray. So
you got BI. It's a privilege for you to argue with me.
Conor Gray, here we are with this executive order issue.
Let me
read it from my phone while it's up here. Now therefore, I, Joseph Yema Boaka, President of the Republic of Liberia, by virtue of the power and authority in me vested by the Constitution and statute laws of the Republic of Liberia, do hereby order as follows. 1. That all persons, civilians, and those exempted in accordance with Part 4, Section 4.1b of an Act to amend the Firearms and Ammunition Control Act of 2015, who may personally be in possession of military-style weapons and single-barrel guns.
Stanton, I want you to emphasize that. Stanton, I want you to emphasize that part.
Hey, my man, you know what we're talking again,
please.
My man, you can't interrupt nobody. You're going to anybody. When you're talking, you can ask for emphasis. That man finish reading.
Stanton put emphasis on the hour of legislature for
so, ladies and gentlemen, please listen. This is the executive order from President Boaka.
This is the executive order.
It is so important that you listen and we listen well. I will read the executive order 1 again. That all persons, civilians, and those exempted in accordance with but Conor Gray, you gotta wait now. Only one person can read. You don't have to re-echo what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, man, when you're talking here on the show,
Honorable Gray, the people in the radio line got to listen. I beg you.
I'm listening. Are you the one talking?
All right, so let me read it again. I beg you, please. That all persons, civilians, and those exempted in accordance with Part 4, Section 4.1b of an Act to amend the Firearms and Ammunition Control Act of 2015, who may personally be in possession of military-style weapons and single-barrel guns shall register and obtain a permit and license from the Liberia National Commission on Arms and the Liberia National Police pursuant to Section 4.6 of an Act to amend the Firearm and Ammunition Control Act of 2015. The stipulated time frame for this exercise is within 12 months, beginning on the effective date of this executive order. Let me stop there. Mommy, what's your interpretation?
Stanton.
No, wait. Don't do that. Finish it. Don't, can't do it.
Mommy, I'll do it paragraph by paragraph. What do you mean no?
Stanton. You're not controlling the show. Okay, Stanton, let me conclude. I will leave here.
No, but stop the story our show, bye. We can do it this small. Let's do it this small. Let's do it this small. All right, let me wait. All right, wait. Let me read it. Let me read the next one.
Let me conclude.
This is that in the process of registration, each firearm consistent with the specification for civilian ownership outlined in the firearm law and the regulations of the commission will be marked appropriately and recorded in the National Arms Database by the Commission on Arms to facilitate the tracing of said arms in cases of theft or misplacement.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Honorable Gray, that all person who, in violation of provision of an act to amend the Firearm and Ammunition Control of 2015, status supra, are personally in possession of illicit firearm, including craft weapons as well as military-style weapons. So 1 and 2 says it all. Honorable Gray, finish. Then we'll go to Mame.
Okay, basically, let me repeat. The president issued an executive order 141 saying that we know that some people get illegal firearm. My people, the security situation in the country is concerning civilian, other people, okay, with some exemption by the law. Just follow the law, buy your arm, register your arm. That's why the president say, if I got an arm and I want to register that arm and follow the procedure, the arm will be registered. Once I follow the procedure of the executive order, what is stated, so arm will not fall down for heaven. That manner yet God come and get the children of Israel that will just drop the food, that will just drop the eating because they crossed the Red Sea. The president saying, get armed to protect yourself. Why didn't the president issue the executive order that people can register their gun there now? And those who get it illegally must make sure that you stop having it illegally, but go and get it legally. The president said, go get gun illegally to protect ourselves. That's why when person that my come to my door after the hour, I will break your legs.
Okay, I know you're just kidding. Let's keep on track with our national platform, please. I beg you, Colonel Gray, let's keep you for last. Ambula Mame, let me ask you a question here, right?
I mean, I even able to hold on. I'm not scared of that.
He's scared of that. Paragraph 1, Session 1 and Session 2. Abula, talk to me. What's your own interpretation here?
That's the reason why it is important always when we come on the show. I mean, I'm talking to a Liberian listening. These people who live from power and hiding on us somewhere to show themselves as the new Messiah, we need to checkmate them. In 2015, please give me a chance. In 2015, these Akaros were in the legislature, passed a law that gave the right to citizens to hold arms. Joseph Boakai is referring to that law. This is what he says. 2015
Let me
law.
tell you this.
No, you gotta wait, Honorable Gray. You gotta wait. The man gotta talk. Honorable Gray, you gotta wait. The man gotta talk. Honorable Gray, you gotta wait. Today, Honorable Gray, today part, we will tell you gotta wait. The man gotta talk. Let you finish. Yeah, but let you finish. Go ahead, my man.
That Boakai signature there. Now,
2015, they passed a law that gave citizens rights to hold arms. They gave certain exemption. The specific provision that Joseph Boakai referred to. You see, according to Part RV4, Section 4.6, A to C, of the Act to amend the Firearm and Ammunition Control Act of 2015, states that the exemption shall be granted by a technical committee approved by the Commission of Small Arms. In 2015, they passed a law that gave people right to hold arms. And they established the Commission of Small Arms, appointed people there with a responsibility to register these arms. President Boakai now therefore is saying he gave everybody only 12 months to register if you have it in your hand. If you have arms in your hand, in accordance with the law I carried and passed in 2015,
I know,
and you don't register it, I cannot stop disturbing.
That never as a law that just
Honorable Gray, I know you don't like Mame voice, but you gotta wait. I beg you, sir. Mame gotta finish up.
President Boakai is saying he gave 12 months deadline to everybody who you get firearm, whether for hunting, single barrel, or for recreation, to register it. If you don't register it, it will be considered as you being in possession of illegal arm, and the law will take a course. Then you come on social media and say, President Boakai say.
So, Mame, wait, now let's ask you now. you gave us this interpretation, right? I beg you. Tell me in part 1 and 2. You are telling the Liberian people the president is not authorizing you to go buy arms.
The law, there's a law in the country, Stanton. There's a law that was passed 2015.
That you can buy a gun.
Come again?
That you can buy arms.
That you can buy arms.
So that lost its stand.
That lost its stand. What the president observed
hold on, I beg you, mommy, help me understand. Not everything, you know. So that lost its stand, right?
Correct.
Malam Salitan 2015, Joe time, Joseph Boakai.
Correct.
You can go and buy a gun. That's what the law say, right?
Yes, they give exemption.
Yeah, forget it.
Get anybody.
Mama ain't know the law. He guessing.
Wait. Let's ask mommy to help her understand. Mommy.
You got a law because
who authorized, mommy, who authorized in the country to buy arms? According to the law of 2015.
The technical committee of the Small Arms Commission shall have the authority to approve who will get armed. And when they do that, they will mark the arm. So that
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying help me understand. Civilian authorized to buy arms when the technical committee approved that you can carry arms?
Correct. And and these are the arms. These are the arms.
No. I'm not saying name the arm. I'm just saying that so it is clear that civilian could go and buy arms.
Sure.
Because in America, you go through the police department, you register, you know criminal background, you go get your gun. That's what they do here, right? And that's something similar in Liberia, right? You go through the process, and when you're approved, you take your document and your permits, you go buy a gun, right? So all Liberians now can buy arms.
Not now. Since 2015.
I agree. Listen, my man, since 2015 to now, you can go buy a gun if you are clear, correct?
Correct.
You go to the small arm and you go to the Liberia. You go to the small arm and you go to the Liberia National Police for all your different documentation, and you go buy your gun, right?
Correct.
But you see that Joseph Boakai saying everybody that carrying gun right now.
Let me say what I say.
Yeah, help me understand.
So Joseph Boakai now observed that people who are in possession of arms have not registered their arm. And when they commit crime, it's difficult to identify them because their arms are not registered.
So you want them to go register their arms?
So he's saying for the next 12 months, if you get arms in your possession that you have not registered, you must register it. If you don't register it, you'll be arrested for being in possession of illegal arms.
So your argument, yeah, Joseph Boakai is not creating any new law or any new executive order. Joseph Boakai is encouraging people that get guns to go register the gun, the ammunition, and the arm. And what are those guns? Single barrel and military style weapon, everything, correct?
Correct.
So it's nothing new.
It's nothing new. But what Gray was saying was Joseph Boakai issued executive order authorizing Liberian to
you can't speak for me. Now what I was saying. What you saying?
Hold on, my man. Let me bring in military man Conor Gray. Conor Gray.
No,
you listen. I will come to you. I beg you, my man. I just did a fresh hair. I beg you.
You can't tell me you can't tell me because you cut me off.
Yeah, I beg you, Honorable Gray. I will come to you.
Okay.
Conor Gray, you have one view from Akaris and another view from Mame. What say you? Which side are you leaning? Is this a new law by the executive order, or we had an existing law and the president trying to say register your goddamn weapons?
Well, there's an act of legislature that granted authority to people, all people, to procure arms, to get arms. And then it says single barrel or military style. Basically what they're saying, if you already have followed that law and you have an arm, you must register it. Otherwise, you'll be in violation of that 2015 law, because the law calls for getting arm to the right source and having it registered so that they can identify that arm in case of any situation to that individual. Now, I would have challenged the president's order regarding the window of registering arm, because there's a law, an act of legislature that granted people the right to get armed. Why would the president shorten the window now to the next 12 months? So I'll be challenging him, because the law states that you can get armed within or outside of this 12-month executive order. You can get an arm, but all you need to do, make sure you register it so that they know in the database of the small arm that Ambulai Mame possesses a Glock or 45 caliber, whatever it is. You understand? So people were using that now because arms, unregistered arm is considered contraband. It's a crime by law. And so to avoid...
Can I ask you a question? And I like what you said, Colonel Gray. My question is, don't you think the president being generous? I know you say you want to challenge the president. Number one, you shouldn't be carrying arm without it being registered.
Unregistered arm, yes.
Exactly. So the president not giving, some kind of leeway and said, listen, man, do you get your gun? I'm not taking your gun from you. You know it will be a problem here in America with Article 2, right? I think that's the,
Right to bear arms.
Yeah. So,
Amendment.
yeah. So what you need to do,
Amendment.
yeah, Second Amendment. Thank you. What you need to do, go ahead. You get your gun, just go register your gun. And that's what Mom is saying. Just register your gun.
Can I have a question?
Yeah, I'll
But
bring it.
I say buy your president, my buyer going to register.
Let Colonel Gray answer my question. So, Colonel Gray, the president is being flexible and said, listen, since you got your gun and it is illegal, he believes, go and register your gun. You get 12 months to do that, right? So, when I hear you, my man.
I said simple.
Yeah.
But let me conclude, huh?
No, let Colonel Gray finish. Colonel Gray, are you done?
Okay.
No. So, Stanton, what I'm going to say is that is not the end of that legislature after this 12-month gap, right? It's just that if you have it now and you have not registered it, please do so. But beyond the 12 months, what happens? The law exists. That should you get yourself an arm, follow that procedure. In other words, but all those who have not done so, they have 12 months to do.
Well, I'm kind of surprised, right?
Huh?
I'm kind of surprised at Honorable Gray. He acting like it's something new. And that's my surprise right now.
No. You see, you don't have to be surprised.
I got a question.
When the president, when the president issue an executive order and you say you're surprised, it becomes a talking point. I did not bring it up.
I was surprised because he knew that there was an existing law from 2015. Hold on, Dr. Richardson, you were coming, Mama, I beg you. You knew that there's an existing law from 2015, and you acted like the president doing something new. I mean, you don't do. You knew that there was an existing law.
I said you are in error. And if you want to interrupt the show, we can help you because you are in error and allow me to talk. You are in error if you want that.
I just have a quick question, yeah.
Yeah,
what do you think motivated the president to pass this executive
That's why
order?
I come in.
Let me tell you that. Let me tell you what happened.
My man, you got to hold on, man.
The woman asked me a question.
I will not allow you to do that. Respect
the woman asked me.
No, but you got to wait. You answer after me.
But the woman asked me.
No, but I don't have time for that.
My man, the woman asked me a question.
You're not on the floor.
No, the man can do that. I will not take that. Dr.
Richardson interrupted him, Mame, and asked a question.
I beg you, please let me answer my question.
Give you close.
Wait, my man, wait.
We need some time to grade.
For the sake of Dr. Richardson, no, hold on, stand down.
Answer the woman.
For the sake of Dr. Richardson, I will line to answer, then I respond.
Thank you, my brother. I beg you. Thank you. Yeah, my man. I just want to know why the president.
Tara Richardson.
So, Mama, why you answering? You think Gray is in error, right?
This particular discussion.
You interrupting the question again. To just
the spin about the discussion was Joseph Boyka is authorizing everybody to buy arms because
Can you respond to the lady first? If y'all want to spoil the show, tell me now.
Okay, let me respond to the lady. That Richardson.
Yeah, thank you.
To answer your question, there are speculations that people acquire arms in the last regime. They did not register those arms. Up to now, those arms are not registered. There are possibilities where, because they were acquiring those arms in accordance with the 2015 law that gave you right to acquire arms. But some of them acquired those arms since 2020. We in 2025.
Now, may I say the truth? Let me interrupt you. Some of the old government officials, right, especially within the EPS, especially those that are retired or removed, they took the arm and ammunition with them. One of which, you remember, when Sam Gay came out on Percy Yeke and said, you carry the government gun and you don't bring it back, then Conor Gray make a statement here on the show. You remember that, right? Everybody remember. So these people, they are in possession of the government weapon. They are giving them time. If you say it for you, go and register it.
Exactly. That's
right. And that's the point, because I dog in this and I know exactly what this is going.
Can you allow me to conclude? You conclude, Stanton.
But you want us to answer that to Richard.
Your question answer, yeah?
Yes, yeah, thank you.
You can't do that. You
very
keep
much.
going, then
your question answer that. Greg, and go ahead.
Yeah, you're learning 18 years where you talk about interruption. I've been eating for long. Yeah. Look, I will say this to you, Stanton. Your argument is fallacious.
No problem.
The president made mention of surveillance. Look at the headline. In possession.
Because those guys, they are surveilled now.
Let me conclude. The president said, why you think the president issued an executive order that's on existing legislation of 2015 that Joseph Boyka signed onto? I did not support that legislation or arm. He signed onto it. Now your business, you can go bring the record. So President Boyka signed onto it. He knew that that particular law exists. Remy says something very important. That law is very clear that you must register the arm. The law. If you don't register the arm, you are in violation of the law. It's not because of President Boyka's executive order. That law you're talking about, that Mami had never read. You need to read the law. And the act even creating a small arm institution. Okay? When you don't have an arm register, it's illegal. Now, what that law saying, now because of Joseph Boyka today, Boyka knows the security implication in the country. A lot of people been talking to him, papi, they waiting, looking safe. Some kind of work for you, you brought in the country is becoming lawless.
That is exactly why you call fallacious.
Can you
That's exactly why you call fallacious.
But let me finish. You ain't talk about EPA people yet.
But that is exactly why you call fallacious.
Wait now, my man, that finish. You ain't talk about EPA people yet. Pepsi, you can't get government arm. Let me tell you, nobody.
He turned it over. He turned it over.
Everything was turned over to the government legally.
Pepsi, you can turn it over after Sam gave request
no EPA officer level any gun. In fact, it's a disgrace to the government to sit after 1 year, almost going to 2 years, 1 year and a half almost, to say EPA officer then for the time he took the job from then in January, they still passing around with gun. You know the security threat to the country. You know what you're talking about? It's not an issue. The president of the Republic that brought issue an executive order. Y'all go get your gun. We'll get our gun within the 12 more years. That's what the executive order says. We can register the gun.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Going back on.
That Richardson, you can't leave without you ask a question.
Clarification.
I encouraging everyone to go
that nobody knew that
I'm surprised, Mami, that you are saying you encouraging all Liberians to go back on. There's a law for 2015.
Now let me ask a question. If there's a law, why is the president writing an executive order?
Good.
Yes, so can we answer you because we believe that you're babysitting and you are distracted?
Yes,
we want all these things.
The president is an executive order because
I'm very
safe.
I just need to ask a question.
Can you tell your brother to give us chance to answer you?
There is a law. The law supersedes.
Got gone here. You want to how you kill the people in the country when they see what SARS mark on your phone, they say, oh, AFS, so yo, would I get what your money offer tonight? How people die in the country here?
Honorable Gray,
I'm a living witness to lie by and police
Let
officer
me tell
in
you
the country
something.
lying that I gun.
Honorable Gray,
the lawmaker,
I was setting for them.
the former lawmaker here. The former lawmaker, let me ask him.
So
Now,
man,
see,
you
I'm at
can't
2
do
minutes,
nothing,
right?
man.
The
You ain't
I'm
say
just
nothing yet.
There's a guy. There's a
You say
whole
nothing yet.
piece.
There's
He
no
put a
guy you
chat room
lying
together.
here
The guy
tonight.
called Clarence. He
Who
been
the call
wrecking a
Clarence?
whole lot. How
So you
President
can
Biden
arrest him?
asking everybody to
But
buy
wait,
guns.
man, Honorable Gray, one at a time.
No,
The
but the man,
executive,
I ain't got to
You
talk.
the honorable man, yo. You gotta wait
No,
on
you're
man.
not
Honorable
honorable man,
Gray,
yo.
the
My man, you're not
executive
thinking what?
order, Honorable Gray, the executive order and the law that was passed, which supersedes its friend.
As the law, the
So,
legislation.
so if there's a legislation setting, why is the president writing an executive order? You please clarify
The
for me.
president himself feel insecure because of lawlessness in the country here.
So
Okay.
And he asked us to back on to protect ourselves.
That doesn't
The
make
president,
sense.
he wanna reiterate
Can you
that my
refer
back
to
on the radio
who you
story.
want to answer your question? Can you call the person name?
That Carlos Gray asked.
I asked the lawmaker, the former lawmaker,
So
but
that
you're
way,
not
now you the
but you're not answering my question the right way. So let me ask
answer
Mame.
your question. I will answer again so you can hear it.
Yeah.
The law is there from 2015, right?
Yes.
The
Lord, yeah,
president
now you know,
objective
Lord,
is
yeah.
to reinforce the law. His objective in the executive order is to reinforce the law, the provisions of the law, and tell us, look, the country not safe. Y'all go back, go stand on your show, that news that it will carry all around the blood
Yeah,
today.
but that doesn't make sense.
You
That
go when
doesn't
you
make
kind
sense.
you go issue statement and bigger statement that I can review.
All right, so Paul Kennedy, back to you.
Mame, can you answer my question?
Yeah,
If there
Mame
is a
answer
law,
it.
The Mame know the law.
If
No, you finish answering that way. Let Mame answer too.
You will know the law. You answer it first. So I want to ask.
Now you better go back on before the begin. You better go back on before the children run on you. You saw Fanny got moved with pepper spray, right?
Anyway,
You saw Fanny got
objective.
I beg you, Honorable Gray, that's enough. I beg you, Honorable Gray.
I'm feeling what y'all tonight.
Thank you.
No, I'm feeling y'all good at Remy.
I would just say, Paul Kennedy,
Y'all discuss the after effect. Joseph
Kennedy,
my back on.
I
Y'all
would
good
just say, all right, Honorable Gray is in error on this one.
Now you in error
You know,
because
when
you know
the honorable man, but go now, I ain't say you go
you know
go
that
now.
blood law.
But
You
go
know
now, you
that
say you
blood.
go. But you say
Now
you go,
you sign the
man.
law. Now you read the law.
Honorable Gray, have a good night. You say you leaving though.
My man, thank you for asking that question. Why the executive order? The executive order have all the back on.
Folks, this is
One
Crossfire.
year.
Don't. The show is over. This is Crossfire.
This
But
show not
Honorable
over
Gray,
tonight. This show
Honorable Gray say he leaving. Honorable Gray, have a good night.
No, we'll power on. You can take me off.
The man internet working.
The men who mission sport.
My man, 1 year, no, that year.
You can't
My
lie
man,
to the
your
people.
part Joseph Bagasso my back on.
Let me say to you, Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray, let go to Colonel Edward Gray. You know he always quiet.
One Colonel Gray will talk, I will agree. No problem, as security man. But all the guns together going register there now.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna yes, on Colonel Edward Gray will take us home with our introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are about to do here. So I beg you that Honorable Gray, let's go to Colonel Gray, please. Please.
You know, Stanton,
Let me ask you a question. Colonel Gray, let me ask you a question, right?
The executive order.
Colonel Gray, let me ask you a question, right? I think we got a problem, right?
I'm asking.
And I would not a problem that Jose Iman Bwaka put out an executive order. No, it's not a problem. I think to be frank, Jose Iman Bwaka is giving grace period to people that are carrying unlicensed and illegal weapon. Seriously. And people should applaud the president for this. Go and register your gun. Whether in the interior for hunting, whatever. Again, Honorable Gray, please, I beg to speak. Honorable Gray, I beg to speak. So here's the issue, right, Colonel Gray? There will be no way anybody can twist this. We had an existing law since 2015.
Yes.
That you can go register, get your permit here in America, right? And own a gun. Clear. People are traveling with gun illegally in the country. The president, being a smart wise man, say, let's give them the chance to register those guns. those arms and ammunition.
In the executive
And
order.
it is within this context that we should applaud the president. That is the right thing to do.
I will applaud him because going back on, I agree.
We shouldn't take the fact that Colonel Gray, that knew 2015, he knew that the law was going to pass and he abstained. And he said, I'm not voting. This is the trick Colonel Gray used to do. He knew that the bill would pass and he would say, oh, I'm voting.
But because I'm right to vote and not to vote.
So he's on record to say, I didn't vote, but with the intent that he knew it was going to pass, my man.
Because
there's nothing he did to stop it. It passed. We got a law. We got a law. It passed. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will appeal to you tonight. Please do not listen to the Honorable Akaris Mose Gray, because on this topic, he is in error. Colonel Gray, take us home.
12 months. Joseph Bogagi, 12 months to register our gun. 12
months.
Senator, I think the executive order is a reminder. Most of us did not even know that there was a law, there was a legislation.
Oh, we forgot.
In 2015. You know, but now that it has come up, this executive order has revived it. That if you follow in that legislation and you happen to own gun, register within 12 months so that you can be in conformity with the law. And I think it's a fresh breath of fresh air that Liberians can legally own arms, especially when it comes to
but that's on my background.
No, but this was like I said, the legislature.
Buy it, Rennie, you know, man. Are you own going buy it?
But
no, so people get gone through different means.
But it speaks good of the country. I think this speaks good of the country. It tells us that we are stable. It signals, it's sign of stability.
So that law existed. In fact, it's a grandfather law that you know that pre-existed before.
Used to use for the government official to own arm. That was passed in 2015. And all of people to protect our government official. You think we're stupid? We know that. 2015.
Okay. I think the best thing we can do here is to find a gun, arm and ammunition store in Liberia. I don't know whether to get one. And, and that's a good business. This is from the front page.
That's a good business.
The front page Africa, questionable expenditure, talking about we say this in Car Power, and I have the document of the Car Power deal that was broken down. $300 and something thousand, and Mama is challenging this. He said there was no money spent on the Car Power deal, but we have on the Car Power we have the document. Will be discussed a little more. Don't forget, we're going to have the former Finance Minister Boyma Kamara as our guest tomorrow. And this we're going to have Jerome Verdell coming to talk about the serious issue affecting the Capitol building, right? The reason why Fonati cannot put his signature on any document that he resigned, we will be talking to you this week. Those groups that are in Washington, D.C. that are lobbying for sanction is getting serious in Washington, D.C. People are seriously lobbying and it's hitting Chris Smith's office on a double basic. It's a lot to discuss. May God save our state on this end. Nelson, can you come on?
But Senator, I'm not done. I just talked about one issue. Yeah, I'm not done.
Finish up.
So in the issue about fiscal discipline, I think that's one of the aspects the Minister of Finance spoke on. He emphasized our need to be fiscally responsibility. In other words, financial wise. And this is where probably if I was a student with Paul Kagame, I would try to spy from his paper, knowing that we as a country were not physically disciplined. And I think he presented this in an indirect way. That's why we didn't see the fierce urgency of now. The body to which he spoke is one of the leading bodies that's supposed to be physically responsible. The way the legislature expend money in our country, you understand, is the reason we're poor. I remember one lawmaker came here and saying that the United States don't do much for us. But now the United States is going to take about $51 million. Let's see what happens. That's why we're saying if that money is no longer sourced in our budget, you better brace yourself, as the minister was saying, for the fall, because it's going to hurt us. And I would have expected the minister to to outline to say the legislative budget will be slashed by this amount, and then we're going to government expenditure overhead will be slashed by this amount, and here's how we're going to do it bit by bit by bit. I did not hear any of that, but let me say this: the oil issue is another opportunity for us to uplift our country.
Correct.
You know, to go bring the same guy who robbed us in the past to come back and benefit from this new discovery, it's unimaginable. You know, Chevron had a problem with one gentleman who may so rest in peace, who were blocking Chevron from getting something in Buchanan. When they found out oil block, that the same guy took away. There's nothing wrong in bringing companies like Chevron, who are noted for building renewable energy around the world, as a swap. You understand? If we're going to bring a guy who is coming to give us 150 million, we don't need it. But if Chevron can come in, like Chevron come in and say, look, I will electrify X amount of our territory within the geographical status of Liberia, or boundary of Liberia, I think that would be helpful.
But we gotta go. Sorry that you came late.
You have to wait. Always you go on.
Sorry that you came late. We gotta go, Colonel Gray. I'm sorry, sir.
No, you can go.
The Nelson show gotta come on. Nelson show gotta come on. We will give you more time tomorrow. The Honorable Colonel F. Remy Gray.
Never get time, man.
I beg you, man. You came late, but we gotta go.
Maybe if I come early, I never get time, man.
No, I beg you, Colonel Gray.
No, you guys should
know
me. I'm talking. It's not
I do, and I respect you, but I bet. Let me ask you a question, Colonel Gray. Were you in a program this going weekend with Costa? Were you at that program?
No. Where in Minnesota?
Okay. Somebody looked like you. I was seeing the picture.
No,
Mommy, thank you very much.
I don't go to our program. I'm a big fish.
It's good to see you. Honorable Akaris Mosi Gray, thank you very much. As always, my brother, it's good to see you. Paul Kennedy, thanks a lot for joining us today. We'll be here again with Burma Kamara tomorrow. The corner at Remy Great. I appreciate you, my dear brother. Thank you for coming on as well. Nelson Colette, it was a great show. We want to say thank you very, very much. As always, we do appreciate you. Have a wonderful evening. And may God save our state. Good night.
Yes, sir. Well, folks, thanks for being here with us tonight. It's been a great show. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. Another great edition of the program. We want to appreciate all of you who called in. Thanks to the many of you who have been sharing your thoughts in the comment section. We appreciate the folks in Radio Land as well for just listening. Thanks to our partner radio stations who have been relaying this edition of the program. This is how I would like to draw down the curtains on this edition of Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you. Sir Johnson, we appreciate you for being here. Mara Moore, Nathaniel K. Hill, Telvin Payne, thanks a lot. We appreciate you. Ruth Goba, thanks a lot. Well, we don't have a late night show tonight. We'll be on tomorrow with the late night show. Tonight, we are making some adjustments, and our sincere apologies to all of our people out there that we will not be bringing you the late night show tonight, but we'll be on tomorrow. Natana K. Hill, Rive J, thanks for being on tonight. Man Jenny's son, we appreciate you for coming on as well. Wada Lolly, thank you for being here. Jonathan Tamba, Bill Corotin, thank you for being on. And thanks to everyone for your participation tonight. Peter Hammer, we appreciate you as well. We look forward to a great show tomorrow. Until we come back, I'm Nelson Collier. Have a good night, and bye-bye for now.